Chapter 102. This thing should be of some value, right? As Lin Feng pondered, he took out a small mountain the size of a fist. It was the Dharma artifact he had obtained after killing giant spirit sex Elder. Elder Yu. This small black mountain had been damaged by the war god demon puppet back then. After Lin Feng obtained it, he hadn't had the time to repair it. He had only obtained the Taiwan scripture Dharma needed to fuse with the 8 trigrams Universal Great Tao Canon. Lin Feng grabbed the small mountain and pondered. Although it's damaged, it's still a golden elixir period Dharma artifact. It should be of some value, right? He activated the lottery system and entered the exchange page to choose what he fancied. Lin Feng didn't choose the 33 days fortune immortal pill that could increase his cultivation. Even if he obtained the pill, Lin Feng wouldn't consume it now. It was effective for anyone below the primordial soul realm. That way, it would definitely be most valuable for those at the Yuanying realm. Even if he really obtained it now, he wouldn't be able to increase his strength immediately. It would be equivalent to wasting a chance at the lottery. Lin Feng had his eyes on one of the few golden elixir period Dharma artifacts in the system. It was a Dharma sword called the Pure Yang Sword. This Pure Yang Sword was refined from one of the 7 true fires, the Pure Yang True Fire. The Pure Yang True Fire was milky white in color. It was the ancestor of all flames. It was the source and ancestor of the entire heaven primordial world's flames. It was the purest flame and could fuse with many other flames. It was the bane of all evil. More importantly, with this Pure Yang sword, Lin Feng might have a chance to figure out the mysteries of the Pure Yang True Fire. This Dharma sword's price in the exchange system was on the same level as the 33 days fortune immortal pill. It would be impossible to exchange for it in a short period of time. He could only rely on the lottery system. Lin Feng had already entered the roulette system and the dice system to take a look, but he didn't find anything that suited him. Therefore, he decided to gamble on the lottery system. After choosing the Pure Yang sword, he placed the small black mountain on it. Lin Feng prayed inwardly, "Please give it your all." The small mountain soon disappeared, and in the void, 30 sticks appeared on top of the lot pot. Lin Feng looked carefully. Among the 30 sticks, there were 3 red sticks, 9 long white sticks, 12 white sticks, and 6 short white sticks. The chance of striking the Pure Yang sword is only 10%. Lin Feng frowned. There are a total of 18 white and short white lots. That's a 60% probability, more than half. Is it because the value of the hill is inferior to the Pure Yang sword? Lin Feng pondered. This was the first time he had placed a bet. Without any reference, it was difficult to accurately estimate the rules of the system. The only thing that was certain was that the probability of failure for the lottery system was much higher than for the roulette system and the dice system. There were only 2 slots in the roulette system, so there was a 1 in 9 chance of missing. The dice system was a bit of a scam. There were 2 blanks and 2 numbers that could not be shaken out. There was a 2 out of 9 chance that he would miss. As for the lottery system, just looking at it this time, the probability of losing was as high as 4 out of 10, and there was even a 2 out of 10 chance that he wouldn't get anything, and instead he would have to pay an Orus core stage magical item. Of course, the advantages of the lottery system were obvious. There was a chance of getting something good that he chose. Lin Feng took a deep breath and gave the command, "Begin drawing the lots." The 30 sticks fell into the lot pot and spun rapidly. Moments later, they stopped. Silently, all the sticks were placed in the pot. Lin Feng stared at the sticks for a long time. Finally, he had no choice but to give up. The parts of the sticks that were exposed outside the pot were identical. "I can't see any differences from the outside, so I can only try my luck." Lin Feng sighed and randomly chose a stick. When the stick floated out of the pot, Lin Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. F asterisk asterisk K. It's white. Lin Feng held his breath as his chest churned. As the stick rose higher and higher with no end in sight, Lin Feng's heart finally calmed down. Fortunately, he was not completely unlucky. A long white stick. Lin Feng let out a breath of air. It wasn't a white lot that returned the chip item as it was. It wasn't a white lot that wasted a lottery chance. It wasn't a short white lot that lost everything, but a long white lot that randomly exchanged for an item. However, Lin Feng's heart quickly tightened again. Randomly exchanged. Who knew what the hell would be exchanged for? It was fine if it was a good item, but if it was a trash item, this long white stick would be even worse than the original white stick that returned the chips. Lin Feng eagerly watched as the long white lot flashed 3 times in the air and turned into a white light. Within the white light, an item fell down and landed in front of Lin Feng. What is it? Lin Feng looked carefully. It was a palm-sized, token-like thing. It was made of neither gold nor wood, and it was black in color. There was a faint layer of light flowing all over it. The front of the token was engraved with the word Hall. Sect Construction Token. The host can use such a construction token to construct the various buildings and facilities of the sect outside the designated mountain gate. The sturdiness of the buildings and facilities is directly linked to the host's cultivation level. An enemy that is 2 realms higher than the host is required to destroy the sect's buildings. Sect Main Palace Hall Construction Token. The host can use this token to construct the sect's main palace for important sect ceremonies and to receive external guests. In addition, the main palace hall is suitable to be the core of the sect's protective array. After the token is used, the host will have a chance to name the hall after it is constructed. After reading the introduction, Lin Feng was speechless for a long time. He held the token and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Is this good? Good. In a sense, it was better than the 33 Heavens Fortune Immortal Pill or the Pure Yang Sword. It was the true foundation of the sect and the face of the sect. However, to the present Lin Feng, it did not have any practical effect on improving his strength. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. He activated the lucky draw system and put away the token. Feeling the abundant mana in his Qi Si, Lin Feng showed a satisfied smile. He had gained a lot from his seclusion this time. After coming out of seclusion, a few disciples came to greet him, but Zhu Yi was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Yan explained. Second junior brother tried to break through to the 12th level of Qi disciple a few days ago and encountered some bottlenecks. He is also in seclusion now. Lin Feng looked at him and sighed in his heart. The Xiao Yan in front of him was full of mana, like an endless river. He had already reached the 12th level of Qi disciple. During the month that Lin Feng was in seclusion, Xiao Yan had successfully advanced to the 12th level of Qi disciple. Counting with his fingers, it had been exactly a year since he was accepted as a disciple. This young man in black, who had climbed to the peak but fell to the bottom, had finally returned to the 12th level of Qi disciple after 4 years. Lin Feng observed carefully. The Xiao Yan in front of him did not have a feeling of nostalgia, nor was he that cynical. He only had a high fighting spirit and a bit of calmness that had been tempered after experiencing ups and downs. He was no longer bothered by the fact that he had wasted 4 years. Instead, he put all his energy into the path he had to walk in the future, 1 step at a time, fast and steady. Back then, he had used 4 years to advance to the 12th level of Qi disciple. Now, he had done it in 1 year. It was nothing more than good preparation. Lin Feng looked at him and nodded with a smile. Xiao Yan also smiled and did not say anything. He only bowed to Lin Feng. Everything was said without words. Xiao Badian stood at the side and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and patted his little head. Let's go take Master to find that heavenly gold thunder snake. I will take its blood and baptize you. As he spoke, Lin Feng turned to look at Xiao Yan and Wang Lin. Tianhao can take Master there. You two stay here and protect Zhu Yi. Xiao Yan and Wang Lin both nodded in agreement. Lin Feng paused and looked at Xiao Yan. If Zhu Yi successfully advances to the peak of Qi disciple, tell him not to rush to try to build his foundation. You do the same. Wait for Master to come back. I will make arrangements. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. Lin Feng immediately raised the black cloud flag and swept up Xiao Budian. Let's go! In the sky thousands of miles away from Lin Feng and the others, the clouds were suddenly torn apart and a green light rushed out. Countless hurricanes twisted around the green light with astonishing power. It should not be far from here. The green light stopped and a huge figure appeared. It had a body like a deer and a head like a sparrow. It had horns and a snake's tail. Its whole body was covered in green light. This was an ancient fierce beast named Fei Lian. Although it was mixed blood, its power was still astonishing, and it could use the 9 heavens' astral wind. On the back of the Fei Lian sat a small young man. His body was filled with magic power, like the ocean. He was a foundation establishment cultivator. He held a compass in his hand. The compass needle was originally pointing in one direction, but it suddenly trembled and could not be located. The young man frowned. Why can't I locate it? Is it hidden by a spatial magic tool? Humph, you can't escape from my palm. 3 little bastards, you dare to kill people from my wind god sect? The young man's gloomy face turned fierce. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will not escape death. Chapter 103. In the dense primitive forest, Lin Feng controlled the black cloud flag and flew with Xiao Budian. Master, it's over there. Xiao Budian pointed to a valley and said. Lin Feng raised his eyes and looked over. He could feel a violent aura like thunder in the valley. He could clearly feel it from far away. What was even more eye-catching was that above the valley, there was a purple light faintly flashing in the clouds. Lin Feng glanced over and knew that the purple light was actually throbbing lightning. The power of this lightning was 100 times denser than in the valley. Lin Feng observed for a moment and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the golden lightning snake has not started to shed its skin that day. The heavenly gold lightning snake was a mutated vicious beast. Its strength was equivalent to a human cultivator's foundation establishment stage. If it finished shedding its skin, it could evolve into a heavenly gold lightning flood dragon. The snake was born as a flood dragon for 1,000 years and as a dragon for 10,000 years. Once it got rid of the snake's body, it could transform into a flood dragon and roar towards the 9 heavens. However, this kind of evolution was not enough for the heavenly gold lightning snake to rely on its own lightning power. It still needed to borrow the power of heaven and earth and borrow the power of nature's lightning. If it could successfully absorb the lightning power in the thunderclouds above its head, this heavenly gold lightning snake could successfully shed its skin and evolve into a flood dragon. This was also the most crucial moment of the lightning snake's evolution. After the evolution, the heavenly gold lightning flood dragon strength was equivalent to a human cultivator's golden elixir period. However, when the evolution ended, the heavenly gold lightning flood dragon would be extremely weak. At that time, it would be time for Lin Feng to make his move. Not only was it easy, but the most important thing was to baptize Xiao Budian. The essence blood of the lightning snake and the lightning flood dragon were 2 completely different concepts. Lin Feng had originally planned to use the essence blood of monk Hui Ku's python to baptize Xiao Budian. However, although the python's blood had been nourished by the thunderclap Zen, it was still not on the same level as the heavenly gold lightning flood dragon. Wave after wave of whistling sounds came from the valley. Lin Feng calmed down and began to wait silently. This wait lasted for 7 days. 7 days later, at noon, the thunderclouds in the sky churned more and more violently, and the purple light in the thunderclouds became more and more dazzling. In the end, the purple light even dispersed the thunderclouds, and a huge hole appeared in the thick clouds above the valley. A sharp howl came from the valley, like a giant snake hissing. However, this howl contained a faint, majestic aura, like the roar of a dragon. Hearing this scream, Lin Feng and Xiao Budian's eyes lit up. After that sharp howl, a series of howls rang out. The howls grew louder and louder. They were no longer ear-piercing, but vigorous and vast. With every roar, the thunderclouds in the sky twisted more and more intensely, as if they were brewing something. Lightning filled the sky. From time to time, thick lightning bolts would descend from the sky, falling into the vast sea of trees near the valley, causing black smoke to soar into the sky. Lin Feng set up the black cloud flag and flew into the air. He saw a ball of lightning flashing on the flat ground in the middle of the valley. Within the lightning, the figure of a giant golden snake could be vaguely seen. It was hissing towards the sky, with its neck bent. The giant golden snake's huge body continued to twist, and the scales on its body opened up. A strong smell of blood surged in the air, like a small tornado constantly wreaking havoc on the top of the giant snake's head. 2 round lumps gradually appeared, becoming sharper and sharper, finally turning into 2 sharp horns. Large pieces of scales fell off one after another, turning into rolling lightning that continuously exploded in the air. Dense electric arcs continuously jumped around the giant snake's body. During this process, the giant golden snake's strength did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it became even more condensed and powerful. Rumble! Thunderbolts exploded continuously, and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. At this moment, the atmosphere had already reached the extreme. The thunderclouds in the sky suddenly shook, and the lightning crazily gathered together, turning into a huge bolt of lightning that tore apart the heavens and earth, striking down towards the heavenly gold lightning snake in the valley. Lin Feng squinted his eyes slightly. It's coming! The evolution of the heavenly gold lightning snake was not without risks. The key lay in this final test. If it could successfully withstand the test of the heavenly lightning and absorb the power of the lightning, the heavenly gold lightning snake could evolve into a heavenly gold lightning flood dragon, stepping into a completely different world from then on. However, if the heavenly gold lightning snake could not withstand the heavenly lightning, it would be directly struck into charcoal by the heavenly lightning, leaving no bones behind. If the evolution was successful, as long as it could survive the period of weakness, it would henceforth become an overlord-level demonic beast. If the evolution failed, it would lose everything and disappear from this world. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was waiting to take advantage of the situation, was probably more hopeful than the heavenly gold lightning snake that this evolution would be successful. Looking at the heavenly gold lightning snake that was screaming in pain after being struck by the heavenly lightning, Lin Feng slightly frowned. Its evolution this time is very difficult. Rumble! Another thunderclap sounded in the sky. What he feared had come. There was far more than one bolt of heavenly lightning. Could this heavenly gold lightning snake withstand the continuous strikes of heavenly lightning? As Lin Feng was guessing, he suddenly had a thought and took out the heaven and earth mirror. There was a yellow dot in the center of the heaven and earth mirror, which represented Lin Feng's current location. Not far from the yellow dot, there was a huge red dot that was flashing. It's a Foundation establishment cultivator. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth hooked into a smile that was difficult to understand. I'm not the only one who wants to take advantage of this. This person laid down a huge formation here. The magic power of the 8 trigrams heavenly great Tao scripture extended out. Silently, Lin Feng sensed it. Wind-type magic power. It seems like it wants to cause a hurricane. The power is not small, and the area it covers is the entire valley. Lin Feng called the little guy over, gave him the flowing wind talisman, and gave him a few instructions. When the little guy heard this, he raised his eyebrows and laughed. Master, don't worry. Watch me. Lin Feng released him from the black light of the black cloud flag. The little guy ran into the valley like a wisp of smoke and disappeared without a trace. At this time, the thunderclouds violently rolled. Not only in the sky above the valley, Lin Feng shockingly saw countless blue and purple lightning converge from all directions towards the cloud layer above the heavenly gold lightning snake's head. One after another, violent lightning tore through the sky. Under Lin Feng's gaze, it violently poured down and fiercely bombarded the huge body of the heavenly gold lightning snake. In the end, the lightning in the sky suddenly stopped for a moment. The scene was incomparably abnormal and strange. Immediately after, there was an extremely terrifying bolt of lightning that pierced through the heaven and earth, descending into the valley. Boom! The ground in the center of the valley was directly smashed by the heavenly lightning. In the midst of the explosion, countless gravel was sent flying. Lin Feng was far away, but he could feel the ground under his feet unceasingly trembling. This bolt of lightning seemed to have exhausted all the lightning power in the cloud layer. The thunderclouds in the sky actually gradually showed signs of dissipating. Lin Feng steadied his mind and once again looked towards the center of the valley. There, black smoke billowed, blocking Lin Feng's line of sight. Success or failure? Lin Feng muttered to himself. In the next moment, he suddenly heard a violent dragon's roar. Although the dragon's roar seemed a bit weak and lacking in energy, its majesty was vast and mighty, piercing through the clouds and splitting rocks. The billowing thick smoke gradually dispersed, revealing a faint purplish-golden radiance. A curled-up body slowly unfolded, revealing 4 claws. There were 2 horns on its head, and its long body was tens of meters long. Impressively, it was a golden flood dragon with lightning lingering all over its body, a demonic beast with the strength of the golden elixir period, the heavenly gold lightning flood dragon. The evolution was a success. Although it exuded a powerful aura, one could see that this newly evolved flood dragon's aura was weak. Clearly, its physical condition was extremely poor. In the process of resisting the heavenly lightning, although it had successfully survived and evolved, this demonic beast's strength had been completely exhausted. If it was given some time to recuperate, then it could very quickly recover the strength and elegance of a golden elixir period demonic beast. Unfortunately, no one would give it this opportunity. Suddenly, dozens of hurricanes swept through the valley, howling and enveloping the entire valley. Countless towering ancient trees were uprooted. Like sharp blades, cracks appeared on the stone walls of the valley. Far away in the sky, a young man with a bird's head, a deer's body, and a bird's head sneered and said, "The mark I left on you is faintly discernible, but I know you are in this valley. I can take care of you and this heavenly gold lightning flood dragon at the same time." The short young man made a hand seal and shouted in a low voice, "Shattering hurricane array, open!" In the valley, the strong winds that filled the sky became even more violent. Chapter 104. The short youth sat on the Fei Lian's back and continuously increased the power of the shattering hurricane magic formation. This person was called Gao Long, an elite disciple of the Wind God sect. He originally came here to kill the three of them. That day in the Great Hungduan mountain range, the three of them clashed with a group of wind god sect disciples and killed two of them in order to fight over the inheritance of a golden elixir period cultivator who failed to cross his tribulation. The group of wind god sect disciples saw that they were no match for the three of them and could only escape in a sorry state. However, before they ran, they used a secret talisman of the sect. It did not have any offensive power, but it could silently leave a mark on the opponent's body. Gao Long followed the mark on the body of the three of them and chased them to this area. When the three of them were traveling together, the mark on the little guy's body was blocked by the magic power of the black cloud flag. So Gao Long lost track of him. Just as he was flustered and exasperated, he suddenly found the heavenly gold thunder snake that was about to shed its skin and evolve. What was lost at the swings gained at the mulberry elm. Since he couldn't find the little guy, Gao Long started to think about the thunder snake. He was an elite disciple of the wind god sect's younger generation. Not only did he have a Fei Lian beast as a mount, he was also taught the wind god sect's secret technique, the diagram of the shattering hurricane magic formation. The thunder snake had successfully evolved into a thunder flood dragon. Although it had the strength of the golden elixir period, it was extremely weak after the evolution. Gao Long had the Fei Lian beast and the shattering hurricane magic formation, so he was naturally not afraid. Just as he was laying down the formation and waiting for the thunder snake to evolve, the mark on the little guy's body suddenly reappeared in his perception. Gao Long was immediately overjoyed. "I can cook you all at once." He immediately increased the power of the shattering hurricane magic formation to the extreme. Inside the formation, a gale swept up sand and stones. The little guy carefully moved forward in the valley. Around his body, an invisible wall blocked the raging gale outside, causing the area around him to remain calm, as if it was the eye of the hurricane. If one looked closely, they would discover that it was a wind wall that continuously revolved around the little guy's body. It was using wind against wind to block the gale of the shattering hurricane magic formation. The little guy looked at the black and yellow scene outside the wind wall and stuck out his tongue. What Master said is correct. The magic power of this flowing wind symbol seal is limited, and it can't truly block the wind and stabilize it. Right now, I can only walk slowly like this. If I move a little faster, the wind wall might collapse. The little guy took out the flowing wind symbol and poured his own magic power into it. He felt the changes in the magic power fluctuations within the symbol. He raised his head and climbed up a hill. This way, as they approached the peak of the mountain, the storm outside did not change much. However, the protective wind wall created by the flowing wind seal was becoming more and more unstable. Xiao Budian knew that he was getting closer and closer to one of the vital points of the formation. The magic power here affected the effects of the flowing wind seal. Cracks began to appear on the transparent wind wall, and from time to time, a few black winds would leak in. The little guy's cute little face immediately wrinkled into a bun. "Continue forward. I'm afraid the flowing wind symbol seal won't be able to hold on much longer." Just as he was feeling anxious, the heavenly gold lightning flood dragon's painful roars echoed from the heart of the distant valley. The heavenly gold lightning flood dragon had just finished molting. Although it had reached the level of the golden elixir period, it was currently at its weakest point in history. Currently, it was surrounded by over 10 tornadoes, and it was simply in so much pain that it wished it was dead. Its roars were filled with unwillingness. If its strength was restored to its peak, breaking through this formation would have been easy. However, right now, it was being beaten into a sorry state. A broken ship still had 4 gene of nails. The heavenly gold lightning flood dragon hissed, and its body suddenly soared into the air. It opened its mouth, and a bright and resplendent golden lightning rapidly condensed within its mouth. In the next moment, the heavenly gold lightning flood dragon spat out a lump of golden lightning. With a rumbling sound, it collided with the astral winds that filled the sky. Both sides were locked in a stalemate, and it actually benefited the little guy. All of the shattering hurricane demonic formation's power was used to deal with the heavenly gold lightning flood dragon's body. The pressure on the flowing wind symbol seal was immediately greatly reduced, and the transparent wind wall once again stabilized. The little guy quietly cheered and immediately continued to climb towards the peak of the mountain. When he arrived at the peak of the mountain, he saw that there was an old pine tree at the peak of the mountain. There was a green flag stuck in the soil, and a Fei Lian beast was embroidered on the flag. There were even a few lines that outlined the appearance of a tornado. The little guy remembered Lin Feng's warning. This is different from the last time you broke the 24 heavens Arhut formation. The flowing wind symbol seal can only be used to guide the direction and cannot help you remove the opponent's formation equipment. If you want to break the formation, you can only rely on your own ability. The little guy took a deep breath. His hand grasped the flowing wind symbol seal, and his mind recalled a few months ago when he and his two senior brothers obtained the lightning origin symbol seal together. After they obtained the lightning origin symbol seal, they combined the wind and lightning symbol seal. The two types of power complemented each other, and as a result, they unexpectedly burst forth with an extremely powerful force. It was precisely because they grasped the knack and obtained the help of the symbol seal that the strength of the three of them improved by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Zhu Yi to jump from the 7th level of Qi disciple to the 11th level in such a short amount of time, just by relying on the inheritance of that golden elixir cultivator. Wind and lightning transformation, endless. The little guy pondered for a moment and extended both of his hands forward. Lightning flickered on his right hand, emitting the sound of electric currents. The berserk lightning gradually condensed into the shape of a long blade. This was precisely the technique that Lin Feng taught him, the technique he comprehended from the 9 heavens thunder technique, the berserk thunder lightning blade. However, the little guy was not in a hurry to make his move. Instead, he maintained the huge thunder blade in his right hand while communicating with the flowing wind symbol seal in his left hand. The flowing wind symbol seal produced streams of air, and under the little guy's careful control, they began to unceasingly twine around the long blade formed from thunder and lightning. The flow of air became faster and faster, and gradually turned into a small tornado that supported the thunder and lightning blade. There were many times when the tornado and the thunder blade interfered with each other, and they almost collapsed together. However, the little guy was extremely meticulous in controlling every minute change in the technique and forcibly maintained the tornado and thunder blade. Later on, he gradually knocked on the door. Not only did the power of wind and thunder no longer interfere with each other, they instead began to support each other. The little guy laughed. It's just like this. The wind and thunder surged, and under the mutual nourishment, the hurricane thunder blade in the little guy's hands became more and more astonishing. The thunder blade's length extended to over 10 meters, and the blade's edge was over a meter wide. On the blade's body, the roaring tornado continuously twisted. "Yeah, break for me!" The little guy shouted loudly. The hurricane thunder blade in his hands directly tore apart the black storm in front of him and heavily chopped onto the green flagpole. The Fei Lian beast's eyes on the flag emitted light, and it angrily roared. The green flag's rays of light flourished, and it wanted to block the little guy's attack. However, the hurricane and thunder exploded together, and the berserk power directly blew that green flag into pieces. Gao Long, who was in midair, sensed it with his mind, and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly became angry. "Stinky brat, you're courting death." Gao Long urged the Fei Lian beast to dive downwards, directly killing towards the little guy on top of the mountain peak. More than 10 black tornadoes rushed out from his sleeves, whistling and exploding towards the little guy. The little guy's body flickered with lightning, but he could not block the opponent's black tornado. The huge difference between the magical power of a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator and a Qi Condensation Realm Cultivator was completely revealed in this exchange. The tornado angrily roared, exploding onto the little guy's body, smashing him into the ground. It tightly pressed down on him and rapidly spun downwards like a drill. The mountain peak that was completely made out of solid granite was smashed into pieces, and dust flew everywhere. If it was a normal cultivator at the great circle of Qi condensation, they would have died a long time ago after receiving this kind of attack. However, the little guy's physical body was extremely powerful. Although his little face was deathly pale, and his body was covered in dust, he actually forcibly withstood this attack. Gao Long rode, the Fei Lian above him, and looked down at the little guy from above. He coldly snorted, "You little bastard, you can actually take a beating. Today, this young master wants to see how many magical techniques you can use on me." The little guy snorted, "Hey, are you going to continue being savage? The more ruthlessly you bully me, the more ruthlessly my master will take care of you in a bit." Gao Long laughed heartily. "Your master is nearby? So what? At most, he's just a little Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator." He stared at the little guy and cruelly smiled. "You still don't know, right? Only Golden Elixir Period cultivators can discover the talisman that my sect's secret technique placed on your body. You two, master and disciple, were completely unaware of it. From this, it can be seen that your master is only SOSO. At most, he's just a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator." Gao Long sneered. "This young master has the Fei Lian and Shattering Hurricane Magic Formation in my hands. Under the Golden Elixir Period, I'm invincible. Let that dog fart master of yours come out. This young master will teach him a lesson. Don't always act like a big clove of garlic in front of your own disciple. He's still too far away." Gao Long waved his hand, and several more black tornadoes pounced towards the little guy. "Before that, I'll slaughter you little bastard first." Chapter 105. Several black tornadoes roared towards the little guy. Not only was the little guy not afraid, he even smiled and made a face at Gao Long. "Shorty, you're in trouble." The air suddenly distorted strangely, and the black tornadoes that were already in front of the little guy suddenly disappeared without a trace. The air was so calm, it was as if the tornadoes that were wreaking havoc just a moment ago had never existed. Gao Long opened his eyes wide and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The tornadoes weren't quelled by magic power, nor were they destroyed by other attacks. They just disappeared into thin air. No, they didn't disappear into thin air. Gao Long could still feel the connection between himself and the tornadoes. He turned his head and looked into the distance. There, in the originally peaceful forest, several black tornadoes suddenly appeared without warning, ravaging the vast sea of trees and turning it into ruins. Someone had moved the tornado they had created to that place. Gao Long turned his head, and a young Taoist wearing a white robe and a star crown appeared beside the little guy. The little guy cheered, "Master!" Lin Feng nodded his head and said with a smile, "Well done." The little guy pouted and said with a grievance, "Master, that Shorty bullied me." "Shorty?" Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. "Stinking brat, you're not that big yourself, right? He's a Foundation Establishment Cultivator, and his magic inheritance isn't weak either. It's normal that you're not his opponent right now, but after you build your foundation, you can directly beat him up. It'll be easy and fun." Hearing the conversation between Lin Feng and his disciple, Gao Long was so angry that his face turned ashen. "All right, I want to see how easy and fun you can be." Gao Long let out a low shout and put his hands together in front of his chest, forming a spell together. The shattering hurricane magic formation, laid down in the valley, suddenly abandoned the heavenly gold thunder dragon, and all of its power gathered together, turning into an endless hurricane that pounced towards Lin Feng and Gao Long. Although the little guy tore apart one of the flags, and the formation's power was greatly reduced, Gao Long was furious and directly spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The essence blood fell into the hurricane and instantly disappeared, but the hurricane underwent a shocking change. The originally black hurricane instantly turned blood red, as if countless scarlet dragons were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced towards Lin Feng. A bloody and evil aura assaulted their faces, dyeing half the sky red. How could I not notice a mere magic imprint? But I don't take it to heart. I'll take as many as you come. Lin Feng faintly smiled, his expression calm. He just extended his right index finger and lightly pointed. Two realms space technique. The magic power of the 8 trigrams of the great Tao scripture of the heavens began to circulate, communicating with 2 different space-time, shifting the heavens. This is a spell that Lin Feng himself comprehended from the 8 trigrams heavenly great Tao canon. It is his own creation, a spell that has never appeared in the entire heaven primal world since ancient times. Just like the Tao technique of the 8 trigrams book of the great Tao of the heavens, this is a spell that completely belongs to Lin Feng. The void in front of Lin Feng distorted at a speed that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. And in this area of the void, the blood-red tornado that was ferociously pouncing towards Lin Feng suddenly completely disappeared. It wasn't forcefully destroyed by someone, nor was it because the hurricane gradually calmed down and dissolved. Instead, it silently disappeared in front of Lin Feng. At the same time, the void in front of Gao Long also twisted. Then, Gao Long's face turned green. He saw the blood-red hurricane that had mysteriously disappeared suddenly pounce towards its owner. The distance was so close, and the speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to cancel the technique. Whoosh! A jade belt on Gao Long's waist suddenly lit up, followed by an ear-piercing sound of wind. A formless astral wind surged out to meet the blood-red hurricane. This astral wind was formless and colorless, and it looked completely transparent. One could only faintly see the slight distortion of space, revealing its existence. The formless astral wind seemed ordinary, but it was like an indestructible long knife, directly splitting the sky full of blood-red hurricane in half. The 9 heavens formless astral wind was a powerful, wind-type magical power cultivated from the wind god sex supreme wind god formless art. It was formless and indestructible, and it came from the 9 heavens, splitting the sky and splitting the earth. This jade belt was a protective artifact specially refined by Gao Long's sect elders for him to protect his life at a critical moment. Gao Long, who was still in shock, looked at Lin Feng and suddenly waved his hand. The formless astral wind slashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "It seems that you don't understand. Compared to the wind you control, my power is truly formless." As he spoke, Lin Feng and Tiny Tot had already disappeared from where they stood. The 9 heavens formless astral wind lost its target and slashed the mountain peak, directly cutting it off. The huge mountain peak rumbled downwards, but it could not hurt even a hair on Lin Feng's head. Gao Long was finally afraid. This person is powerful. The 9 heavens formless astral wind was refined by an elder after all, and I still can't control it freely. I'm not his opponent. Today, I'll escape first and go back to gather the sex experts to surround and kill them. Gao Long patted the winged beast Fei Lien beneath him and turned to run. The Fei Lien was a wind-type spirit beast with astonishing speed. It turned into a ray of green light and could travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Gao Long was proud of himself. Even if I can't beat you, you can't do anything to me. When I go back and gather the sex experts, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Lin Feng looked at Gao Long's receding figure and sighed. You still don't understand. Lin Feng raised his hand and pointed, activating the Two Realms Void technique again. Gao Long and the Fei Lien, who had already escaped far away, only felt their vision blur. The space around them twisted slightly, and they were actually transported back to Lin Feng. All that running for his life had been in vain. Gao Long's face turned snow white in an instant. He pointed at Lin Feng and shouted anxiously, "Nine heavens, formless astral wind!" The jade belt on his waist lit up again. Lin Feng smiled slightly, but he was already one step ahead of Gao Long and pointed with his finger. Compared to the astral wind and thunder above the nine heavens and the surging lava below, the power of space is actually the strongest attack. Because, in a sense, attacks that come from the rupture of space can't be defended against. The Two Realms Void technique was activated. Gao Long's mind was in a trance, and he looked around blankly. Why is that Taoist so far away from me? Wait, that's... Gao Long's eyes widened. That's my Fei Lien. On it. A strange scene appeared in Gao Long's vision. In the distance, Lin Feng was still facing off against the Fei Lien. And on the back of the Fei Lien, there was also a person sitting. More accurately, it was half a person who only had the lower half of his body. His body from the waist up had completely disappeared. Gao Long looked down in a daze. He saw that his body from the waist down, his lower body, and his legs had all disappeared. Various internal organs were dripping with blood as they fell to the ground. Only then did he feel an intense pain that overwhelmed his senses. No. Gao Long let out a heart-wrenching howl. Only the upper half of his body was left, and it fell to the ground. Before it hit the ground, it had already stopped breathing in midair. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. This scene is a little inappropriate for children. He turned his head to look at Xiao Badian, who was at the side, and saw that the little fellow's eyes were wide open. He muttered, "This move is so powerful. I was thinking too much." Lin Feng immediately retreated in defeat. He patted Xiao Badian's head and turned his gaze to the trembling Fei Lien in front of him. He smiled and said, "Although it's mixed blood, it's still a descendant of an ancient species. You're lucky, kid. Not only do you have the true blood of the heavenly gold thunder jiao, someone even delivered it to your doorstep and gave you the true blood of a Fei Lien." Hearing this, Xiao Badian also smiled and directly jumped onto the back of the Fei Lien beast. The Fei Lien growled, looking extremely dissatisfied. However, when it noticed that Lin Feng was staring at it with a smile, its entire body trembled. It didn't dare to move at all, and it let Xiao Badian ride on its back. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the lower half of Gao Long's body fell to the ground. However, his belt that could release the nine heavens' formless astral wind naturally fell into Lin Feng's hands. The jade belt vibrated violently, wanting to break through the air and fly away. Lin Feng pointed his finger and laid down the heaven cage sigil, sealing the jade belt. Then he descended from the sky and arrived at the center of the valley. The heavenly gold thunder jiao's evolution had exhausted all of its energy, and it was also attacked by Gao Long's shattering hurricane magic formation. At this moment, it was on its last breath and had no strength to struggle. Lin Feng also used the Heaven Cage sigil to seal the Thunder Jiao. Then, with a wave of the black cloud flag, the Thunder Jiao's huge body was stored away. After doing all this, Lin Feng also jumped onto the back of the Fei Lian beast. He smiled at Xiao Budian and said, "Let's go, we've gained quite a lot this time. You don't have to worry about your baptism anymore." Xiao Budian's big black eyes turned, and he smiled and said, "Master, can you give me his belt as well?" Lin Feng patted Xiao Budian in annoyance and said, "Your eyeballs are really poisonous. However, I still have some use for this thing, so I'm afraid I can't give it to you. However, when we return this time, there's something good waiting for you. Not only you, but all four of you will also have a share." Xiao Budian's eyes lit up and said, "What is it, Master?" Chapter 106. The eastern end of the great Zhou dynasty was close to the vast sea. It was already evening. The clouds in the western sky were dyed red by the setting sun, but there was also a dazzling golden glow. A flock of seabirds flew across the sparkling sea, tiredly returning to their nests. The fresh sea breeze blew, and the waves rolled up and down. The afterglow of the setting sun made the waves look magnificent. A ray of light suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea in the distance. The sky was blue, and the white light floated. A wheel of white light slowly rose from the horizon. A bright moon appeared above the sea. In the white light, a young girl in green sat cross-legged. Her eyes were slightly closed, and there was a peaceful expression on her beautiful face. She suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. Supported by the white light, she stood on top of the waves. She looked into the distant sky and bowed. "Disciple, Yen Mingwei greets Master." In the distant sky, a red cloud descended. The cloud changed shape in the sky and gradually revealed a person's facial features. It was also a woman. She had the charm of an adult woman, but she also looked like a little girl who had yet to grow up. The face formed by the red cloud occupied half the sky. It stared at Yen Mingyue, who was on the waves, and asked kindly, "How's your recovery?" Yen Mingyue smiled faintly. "Thank you, Master, for helping me reconstruct my physical body. Now, my divine soul and physical body have completely merged, and there are no barriers between them. However, if I want to recover my previous cultivation, I still need some time and effort." The woman in the sky smiled and nodded. "That's for the best. I can rest assured now. Mingwei, although you've encountered a great disaster this time, it might be a blessing in disguise." The woman said slowly, "It's just that the temple has chosen a new Empyrean walker. You still need to wait for the right time to return to the sect." Yen Mingyue nodded to show that she understood. If she only wanted to return to the Taishu temple and become an ordinary disciple, she could return anytime. However, if she had other thoughts, she would have to wait for the right time. "I have a feeling that the right time is coming." Yen Mingyue suddenly smiled. The woman in the sky also smiled. "Could it be that the opportunity you speak of has something to do with the itinerant cultivator called Taoist Lin that you mentioned before?" Yen Mingyue smiled and nodded. "He might be able to bring us some surprises. Then I shall wait and see." The woman asked, "Regarding the choice you told me before, have you made your final decision?" Silently, Yen Mingyue said, "Yes, I am prepared to choose the great Zhou dynasty. Liang Pan and Zhu Hanwu work well with each other, and they have already swept away all the other restraining powers in the country. It should be the dynasty with the highest chance of success." The red clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the woman's face also disappeared. The clouds dispersed. The sun had completely set, and the sky was dark. Yen Mingyue looked at the countless stars twinkling in the dark night sky above her head and was lost in thought for a while. A moment later, she came back to her senses. She raised her hand and drew a talisman in the air. The talisman was thrown into the sea. Not long after, a person rose from the sea. It was a man made of water. His entire body was made of water, and his entire body was transparent and shimmering. Yan Mingyue smiled and said, "Spread the news. Let the news reach the ears of my junior brother, who will be the successor of the Empyrean Walker." Yes, the waterman hesitated for a moment before asking, "If your junior brother hears that the lost stone flute is in the hands of Taoist Lin, he definitely won't let it go. Can that Taoist Lin pose a threat to your junior brother?" Yan Mingyue was not displeased by the water person's doubt. Instead, she smiled and said, "Let him test out my junior brother's strength." The water person bowed and agreed, then sank back into the sea. Yan Mingyue looked up at the starry sky above her head and went into a daze again. "Am I being too sensitive? I have a feeling that you will become a great enemy of my Taishu temple in the future. Why do I have a feeling that the person who will be at a disadvantage will be my junior brother? This person is so strange. I have so much confidence in him for no reason." Yan Mingyue narrowed her eyes, and her lips curled into a faint smile. "Perhaps it's actually my junior brother who will test out your strength. The great heaven primordial world belonged to the human world. It was known as the divine land. In contrast, the demon realm belonged to the demon race. It was known as the vast infinite land. In a secluded little valley in the millions of mountains at the extreme east of the vast infinite land, there was a towering tree with lush branches and leaves that covered the sky and the sun. The tree's crown covered an entire area of nearly an acre. The branches of the tree were as white as jade, almost transparent, and the leaves were a demonic blue. They flickered with a cold light and emitted a chilling aura. However, there was no need to doubt the exuberant vitality within it. Even if a small branch was broken off from it and planted in the most barren land, it would immediately grow and become a mature tree. However, there was a strange aura of desolation and viciousness within it. Not a single blade of grass grew within a radius of several hundred feet around the giant tree. The white, jade-like tree trunk suddenly lit up. A barefooted girl in white clothes walked out from the tree trunk. Her face was beautiful, and her eyes and smile exuded an intoxicating charm. Longyi greets master. The air in front of her emitted ripple-like folds. A girl slowly walked out from within. Her entire body seemed to be enveloped by a layer of mist, making it hard for people to see her appearance clearly. She was Longye's master, the great sage of the demon race, Tianmei. The enchantress slowly opened his mouth, his voice as low and hoarse as Longye's. "If it wasn't for that Langxian jade leaf that came from the same source as you probably wouldn't have been able to reconstruct your body so quickly." Longyi lowered her head and smiled, faintly. "I actually have to thank that strange human." The enchantress asked, "You gave him the stone flute that Taishu Temple was tracking?" Longye's face revealed a mischievous smile, like a little girl. Not only that, disciple also gave the news to Yan Mingyue. "Well done." The enchantress's voice also carried a bit of a smile. "However, why did you also tell him the location of that cave residence?" A bewitching light flickered in Longye's eyes. Disciple has a feeling that this person's ambitions aren't small. If he really can become successful, he will definitely have an impact on Taishu Temple and the other large human powers. The enchantress said nonchalantly, "You're that confident?" Disciple is also just relying on a feeling. Longyi smiled faintly. "Even if it's wrong, there's no loss, right? That cave residence isn't a place that our powers can reach in the first place. So what if we let him occupy it? Also, The enchantress laughed lowly. Also, that old Golden Crow's descendant is currently active in the vicinity of that cave residence. Long Yi smiled sweetly and pounced forward to hug her master's arm. Hasn't the Golden Crow great sage been causing trouble for you in recent years? This disciple will also find something for him to do. Let him exercise his old bones. The master and disciple looked at each other and laughed together. Lin Feng brought Xiao Budian back to where Xiao Yan and the others were. Zhu Yi had already come out of seclusion. Lin Feng swept a glance at him and saw that the mana around his body was abundant and flowing freely. He had already successfully broken through the bottleneck and advanced to the 12th level of Qi disciple. Lin Feng beckoned the 4 people to come in front of him and said with a smile, "The Tao techniques that Master passed on to you before are all different. Among them, there are even Buddhist Tao techniques and inherited Tao techniques obtained from your own opportunities and treasures. You might find it strange that we don't have our own Tao techniques, so we can only copy others' wisdom." The 4 little fellows looked at each other. Xiao Yan scratched his head. It's indeed a bit strange to occasionally think blindly when there's nothing to do, but it's not to the extent of doubting Master. I believe that you have your own considerations. Zhu Yi said in a deep voice, although the Tao techniques that we learn are different and appear to be heterogeneous, Master teaches according to our aptitudes. Presumably, the Tao techniques that you pass on to us are the most suitable for each of us. In fact, this is also the case. Every one of us has advanced by leaps and bounds. Wang Lin shook his head and said calmly, "Whatever Master teaches, I will learn it." Xiao Budian's big black eyes turned, and he said with a smile, "Master, the Tao techniques that you pass on are very powerful. Of course, if you have a more powerful Tao technique, don't forget about me." Lin Feng smiled and glared at him. "You're the slippery one." He looked at the 4 disciples and put away his smile. He said seriously, "Master's Tao technique can only be considered as laying the foundation when you are in the Qi disciple stage. Therefore, it doesn't matter what technique you practice in the Qi disciple stage, because when you are in the Qi disciple stage, when you practice my Tao technique, your current mana will naturally be converted into the mana unique to my unique Tao technique." Lin Feng glanced at the 4, who were a little excited. "Next, I'm going to pass on the 8 trigrams of the Great Way of Heaven to you. It's the first chapter of the Heavenly Tao Sutra. Practice it diligently. In the future, there will be higher-level Tao techniques waiting for you." Chapter 107. For the first time, water was added to the furnace of the outer sky core. The wrath of the unmovable deity and the furnace's own internal fire burned together. The water in the furnace was already boiling. If not for Lin Feng's careful control of the fire, the water would have evaporated in the blink of an eye. After advancing to the foundation building stage, Lin Feng did not need the help of the 24 Heaven Arhut formation to activate the wrath of the unmovable deity. This time, the outer sky core was not used to refine medicine, but to refine people. Lin Feng added more than 10 kinds of rare poisonous insects and spirit medicines into the water. The water in the furnace suddenly became colorful, and all kinds of strange smells wafted out. Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and Wang Lin stared at the medicinal concoction in the outer sky core, and their faces all turned green. Then, the 3 of them smiled at the same time and looked at the little guy. The little guy had already taken a bath and cleaned himself. He took off all his clothes, and his body was white and tender. There was also a layer of faint light circulating around his body. He looked beautiful and cute. At this moment, he covered his lower body with his hands and covered his little bird, and stared at the outer sky core. Feeling the evil smiles of the 3 senior brothers, the little guy swallowed his saliva and puffed out his chest. He looked like he was facing death with equanimity, which made Xiao Yan and the other two laugh even more. Seeing that the medicinal concoction was almost done, Lin Feng waved his hands, and the precious blood of the heavenly gold thunder flood dragon, which was constantly flashing with electric arcs, tumbled out of a container, turned into a blood arrow, and was injected into the outer sky core. Lin Feng chuckled and looked towards the Fylian, the wind beast, that was shivering by the stove. When the Fei Lian beast met Lin Feng's eyes, it immediately showed a very human-like expression of fear. After shivering, it stretched out one of its front hooves and then turned its head to the side, not daring to look anymore. Good. Lin Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. With a swipe of the finger of his right hand, he made a cut on the front hoof of the Fylian beast. Instantly, a stream of green blood that was as light as a cloud dripped into the furnace of the outer sky. The medicinal concoction in the furnace had already been boiled to a greenish-purple color. It flickered with a dazzling golden light, and bursts of medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils. Lin Feng looked at the fire and ordered, "Tianhao, go down." "I've already prepared everything, master." The little guy responded and moved. He jumped into the outer sky flame furnace, and a medicinal concoction immediately submerged him. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng covered the cauldron once again, sealing the entire cauldron, separated by the furnace of the outer sky. Although he could not see it with the naked eye, Lin Feng's mind was connected to the furnace, so he was always paying attention to Tiny Tot's condition. At this moment, the little guy was forming a seal with both of his hands and sitting cross-legged. The magical power around his body was circulating. It was the 8 trigrams Great Way scripture that Lin Feng had just taught him. With the help of the magical power, Tiny Tot's flesh and blood were glowing. All of his pores opened up, and rays of multicolored light gushed out. The medicinal concoction in the cauldron continuously entered Tiny Tot's body through his pores, and then brought out some impure substances, which were repeatedly baptized. The medicinal concoction was extremely overbearing and violent. Every time it entered Tiny Tot's body, it would crazily attack. That feeling was as if all of his internal organs, bones, muscles, and meridians were all shattered, and then reassembled. It went on, endlessly. Tiny Tot clenched his teeth and did not move. Although his body was in pain, his mind was still clear. A full day and night passed. Tiny Tot was still sitting in the outer sky core furnace, persistently using the medicinal concoction to temper his body. Outside the furnace, Xiao Yan and the other two were nervously watching the outer sky core furnace. "Master, isn't the firepower too strong?" Xiao Yan asked worriedly. Lin Feng had always maintained a grasp of the latest situation. Hearing this, he smiled and shook his head. "No, and your junior brother is about to come out." Before he finished speaking, Tiny Tot's scream came from within the pill furnace. "Burnt! Burnt! Master, quickly open the furnace." Lin Feng laughed out loud. With a wave of his hand, the lid of the furnace flew up, and a little fellow that looked like a coal ball rushed out of the pill furnace with a whoosh. His entire body was pitch black, and only a pair of big black and white eyes were spinning around. There was clean water prepared at the side, waiting for him to wash up. Tiny Tot washed his charred body clean, revealing his pure white and sparkling little body, which was like a jade peck. Xiao Yan's eyes turned. He took out the Evil Radiance Overlord sword and threw it towards Tiny Tot. "Junior brother, let us see your current strength." Tiny Tot extended his right hand and caught the Evil Radiance Overlord sword that Xiao Yan had thrown over. He directly held the huge black sword steadily in midair with one hand. Xiao Yan and the other two let out exclamations of surprise. Even Lin Feng was surprised. They had all tried to grab the Evil Radiance Overlord sword and knew that this huge sword could suppress the flow of magic power. Therefore, when they picked up this sword, magic power could not help much, and they had to rely more on pure physical strength. The weight of the evil Radiance Overlord sword itself was more than 5,000 gene. Tiny Tot held the sword with one hand without swaying or swaying. If he exerted force with both arms, it would probably be more than 15,000 gene. As for this kid, he was only 5 years old this year. Just like other children, as he grew older, his physical strength would naturally increase proportionally. If he were to wait until he reached adulthood, how terrifying would his physical strength be? Xiao Yan and the other two subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Zhu Yi and Wang Lin were fine. The two of them mainly cultivated magic techniques and did not dabble much in physical martial arts. However, the pressure on Xiao Yan was a little greater. I knew this kid was a beast, but I didn't expect him to be such a beast. Lin Feng also shook his head and sighed. It seems like the root bone of 10 is not only reflected in the supreme Tao foundation, even the physical strength is so heaven-defying. It really is worthy of being a full root bone. After Tiny Tot completed the baptism, he could begin the next stage of cultivation. Not only him, but also Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi. The three of them had already reached the 12th level of Qi disciple, and their accumulations were also extremely abundant. Under Lin Feng's supervision, they began to attempt to build their foundation. The three of them entered a state of seclusion together. Wang Lin's eyes flickered, but he did not say anything. Lin Feng smiled and looked at him. Are you envious? If you are envious, then you have to work harder. Wang Lin's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of Qi disciple. Lin Feng previously said that the level of his cultivation was too high, and it was not suitable for Qi disciple cultivators to build their foundation. He could only start cultivating when he built his foundation, so it was not good to pass on the 8 trigrams Great Way to him now. In fact, with Wang Lin's current situation, continuing to cultivate the underworld nirvana technique was the most suitable path. With the help of the underworld pearl, he could cultivate this Tao with twice the result with half the effort. However, when teaching the 8 trigrams Great Way to the other 3, Lin Feng allowed Wang Lin to listen, mainly to help him broaden his horizons and comprehend by analogy, which was more beneficial for his cultivation. At this time, Wang Lin suddenly said, "Master, when I listened to you teaching the Tao to the 3 of them, I had some ideas to improve the underworld finger. Please help me look at it." Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. "You improved the underworld finger?" Wang Lin nodded. "Some immature ideas. Please guide me, Master." Lin Feng was a bit absent-minded for a moment. 10 points of comprehension. 10 points of comprehension. At this moment, Lin Feng was even a bit numb. As expected, his sect was a nest of monsters. After giving some pointers to Wang Lin, he let him cultivate by himself, while Lin Feng secretly took out the 24 relics while guarding the 4 disciples. After carefully feeling the Buddhist mana within and sifting through it, Lin Feng took out 18 relics and used his own mana to refine them. The 18 relics formed a circle on top of Lin Feng's head, and a faint Buddhist light flashed. The mana runes in the relics kept changing and were engraved on the relics. These relics were all formed from the remains of the Buddhist bigwigs. If Huiku hadn't refined them once before, Lin Feng would have to spend a lot more effort to refine them successfully. Even so, Lin Feng still spent a full 3 months to successfully refine the 18 relics one by one. Finally, the Buddhist light gradually faded, and the last relic was refined. The 18 relics fell on the ground together and arranged themselves in a strange pattern. Lin Feng sighed and picked up the remaining 6 relics that hadn't been refined yet. "These 6 masters, I'll have to trouble you. Death is like a lamp going out, and your body is just a bag of smelly flesh. I think you actually won't mind." "All right, I admit that I'm actually comforting myself." Lin Feng separated the 2 batches of relics and stored them properly. Silently, he started to wait. He felt something and looked towards the place where Xiao Yin and the other two secluded themselves. This feeling, they're going to come out? Chapter 108. At the place where Xiao Yin and the other two were in seclusion, there was a surge of magical energy that was as vast as the sea. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and then he heard the system's notification sound in his ear. Congratulations to the host's direct disciple, Shi Tianhao, for advancing to the Foundation Establishment stage. Congratulations to the host's direct disciple, Xiao Yin, for advancing to the Foundation Establishment stage. Because half of the host's direct disciples have successfully advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage, the host is specially rewarded by the system. The host's current cultivation level has increased by one small stage. Wait a minute. Lin Feng was nodding nonstop, but when he heard the last notification, he was instantly stunned. Then he realized that a vast amount of clear qi was pouring down from the top of his head into the dantian that was formed after he advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage. Under the guidance of this clear qi, Lin Feng only felt that the magical energy in his dantian was spinning rapidly, as if it had turned into a huge whirlpool. In the center of that whirlpool, a beer was slowly rising. The beer looked ordinary, and there was no light flowing out of it, but it emitted a desolate and majestic aura, as if it could suppress the fate of the heavens and rule over the world. Above the dantian was a beer, and the path to core formation was within reach. This beer was the symbol of a cultivator reaching the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment stage. After careful observation, Lin Feng sighed softly. The beer was divided into different levels. If there was only one level, it would be the lowest, a 9th-tier beer. If there were 2 levels, it would be an 8th-tier beer, and so on. The best first-tier beer would have a total of 9 levels. And the beer that rose from Lin Feng's dantian was a first-tier beer with 9 levels. In the future, when a first-tier pill cauldron was erected on the beer, the golden elixir path would be just around the corner. The system had constructed the beer for Lin Feng based on the 8 trigrams Universal Great Way scripture that he was currently cultivating. From this, it could be seen how domineering the 8 trigrams Universal Great Way scripture was. That's why people say that a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Lin Feng shook his head. Logically speaking, a grade 1 spirit platform is extremely good. Only one can appear out of billions of cultivators. They are all geniuses among geniuses, monsters among monsters. In a concentration camp for geniuses like the Taishu Temple, it was extremely rare for a Foundation Establishment disciple to reach the first stage spiritual platform stage. However, compared to Xiao Budian's previous Supreme Spirit platform, the first grade spirit platform was still a little lacking. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile and said, all right, be content. How can I take all the advantages? While he was deep in thought, the sound of a system notification rang in his head once more. Congratulations to host's direct disciple Zhu Yi for advancing to Foundation Establishment stage. Because more than half of the host's direct disciples succeeded in building their foundations within 3 years of entering the sect, the host is specially rewarded with a system upgrade of the spirit platform tier. Lin Feng was stunned speechless this time. Dumbfounded, he stared at the 9-tiered spirit platform in his Qi Si. It suddenly shone brightly, and at the very top, the radiance converged, causing the spirit platform to rise by another level, the 10th level, the Supreme Spirit Platform. When the Supreme Pill Cauldron was erected on the spiritual platform, the Supreme Great Tao was waving at Lin Feng. After a long while, Lin Feng came back to his senses. He almost couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh 3 times. You deceiving system, you've finally shown some strength for once. Lin Feng circulated his mana and immediately felt a huge difference. When Lin Feng was in the early stages of Foundation establishment, his mana was vigorous. When he used it with all his might, it was like a raging river or a boiling sea, surging violently. With just a thought, the vigorous mana suddenly roared like a tsunami. Although the momentum was great, and the power was astonishing, the power was still somewhat scattered. Now that the spirit platform had been established, Lin Feng's mana became like a reef that stood on the seashore for thousands of years. No matter how strong the wind was or how strong the waves were, it would not budge. Once the spirit platform was established, the amount of mana was still the same, but it was 3 to 5 times more concentrated than before. At this time, when Lin Feng fought with others, the power of his spells would immediately increase by a lot. A target that couldn't be destroyed by a tsunami would be smashed to pieces by a falling meteorite. Once a cultivator reached the middle stages of foundation establishment, the spirit platform realm, their mana would become extremely condensed and would not be easily dispersed by others. At the same time, it would move according to the cultivator's will. They could instantly mobilize all the mana in their body as if they were moving their arms and fingers. It was like a battle between two armies. Both sides had the same amount of troops, but one side could quickly mobilize their troops and then concentrate their superior forces to deal a fatal blow to the opponent. As a result, the side that was slow to gather would naturally suffer a great loss. And with the Supreme Spirit platform, Lin Feng's mana was more condensed than cultivators from 1st to 9th grade spirit platform realm. He could circulate it more freely and quickly. Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Yan and the other two, who were slowly walking out of seclusion. He was overjoyed in his heart. It's all thanks to you 3 stinky brats that you've worked hard. It really wasn't in vain that I spent so much effort and deceived you to take you in as my disciples. He was so happy that he was dancing with joy in his heart. Lin Feng had to use all of his willpower to maintain a calm appearance. He looked at his 3 disciples and said with a faint smile, "You guys are very good. You didn't slack off. You're all very good." Xiao Yan, Xiao Budian, and Zhu, you were also in high spirits. They all knelt and bowed to Lin Feng. It's all thanks to Master's careful teachings. Lin Feng shook his head and said with a smile, "A master can lead you in, but cultivation is up to you. If you guys are really rotten wood that can't be carved, then no matter how much effort I put in, I won't be able to teach you guys." He glanced at the 3 of them and said indifferently, "People who have a goal in their hearts and are willing to put in all of their effort to achieve their goal, even the heavens will not mistreat them. In the future, the 3 of you must also remember to work hard to improve and have a consistent state of mind during this period of time." The 3 of them had solemn expressions and solemnly accepted his teachings. "We will sincerely follow Master's teachings." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the 3 of them felt something in their hearts. For a moment, they were all lost in thought and didn't say anything. Xiao Budian looked at the distant horizon. "Father, Mother, where are you guys now? I will soon have the ability to find you guys." Xiao Yan clenched his fists. "Murong Yanran, there are less than 2 years left. I will definitely return the humiliation I suffered that day several times over." Zhu Yi slightly closed his eyes and calmed his agitated mind. "I must let Father admit his mistake in front of Mother's grave, and I must let Mother's soul in heaven be comforted." At this time, Lin Feng turned his gaze to Wang Lin. During this period of time, Wang Lin's cultivation had also risen from the 3rd level of Qi disciple to the 4th level of Qi disciple. Wang Lin's expression was calm. Feeling that Lin Feng was looking at him, he raised his head and looked Lin Feng in the eyes, then nodded solemnly. Although his cultivation was still low, and although he couldn't progress as fast as the other 3 brothers, he also had his own goal in mind, and he was also willing to put in all of his effort for this goal and carry it out to the end. The other 3 calmed down, and Xiao Budian suddenly opened his mouth and said, Master, during the process of building the foundation this time, disciple gained some new understanding of our sect's secret great way, the 8 diagrams great way of heaven. And it should be said that disciple comprehended a spell from it. Oh, little junior brother also gained something? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows, looked at Lin Feng, and said with a smile, I was about to report to Master. Disciple also comprehended a spell from the 8 diagrams great way of heaven during this closed-door training. Zhu Yi's eyes flashed, and he said silently, Disciple also gained something, and I was about to ask Master for guidance. The 3 of them looked at each other. They were all young people, and their faces immediately revealed competitive expressions. Lin Feng leisurely smiled. He loved to pour cold water on people's heads the most. You have all been in the sect for some time and have your own understanding of our sect's Taoist scriptures. Today, let's have an internal competition. Lin Feng pointed at Wang Lin, who was beside him. When I taught you the Taoist scriptures, little Lin also had some enlightenment after listening and improved a spell that he had previously mastered. The 4 of you can compare notes with each other and verify your understanding of the Taoist scriptures. Although Wang Lin only improved an existing spell and didn't create his own spell like they did, hearing this, Xiao Yan and the other 2 were still shocked. Even if they didn't have any thoughts of looking down on him, Wang Lin's cultivation speed was indeed very different from theirs. However, the 3 of them had all comprehended spells from the Taoist scriptures on their own after building the foundation. Right now, Wang Lin's cultivation was only at the 4th level of Qi disciple, which really made Xiao Yan and the others look at him in a new light. Xiao Yan became interested and said with a smile, What Master said is exactly what I wanted. Junior brothers, let's play a few moves together. Chapter 109. What Master said is exactly what I wanted. Junior brothers, let's play a round or 2. Xiao Yan said with a smile. Wang Lin looked at Lin Feng with a bit of surprise, pursed his lips, and said with a smile, Master, I'll pass. They've already built their foundation. Lin Feng shook his head. It's fine. It's just a spar. It's not a real life and death battle. I'll pour magic power into your body to ensure that you can complete the improved underworld finger. Different spells had different levels of power. For the user, there were 2 main thresholds. One was the difficulty of comprehending the spell, and the other was how much magic power the spell consumed. If one could comprehend the essence of the spell and had enough magic power to support it, a low-level cultivator could also use a powerful high-level spell. It was very likely that the opponent would be caught off guard, and the opponent with a higher level of cultivation would suffer grievances on the spot. Wang Lin thought for a bit, then looked at Xiao Yan and the other 2 and said, Let's just compare spells and not really fight, okay? The little guy said with a smile, 3rd senior brother, aren't you being too cautious? Wang Lin smiled and didn't say anything. When it was necessary, he would be more courageous than anyone else. However, this didn't mean that he would use his Qi disciple level 4 cultivation to forcefully determine who was stronger than the 3 who had already built their foundation. That wasn't called having ambition, it was called having water in the head. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. That's right. Then Lin Feng turned his head to look at Xiao Yan and the others. Which one of you wants to spar with little Lin? The little guy shrunk his neck and didn't say anything. He thought, I'm not stupid. Sparring with 3rd senior brother is actually just being a target for him. I'll let him display what he's learned and demonstrate his spells. Master, please don't ask me for such a boring thing. Zhu Yi slightly frowned and remained silent. It seems that 3rd junior brother's comprehension is amazing, but his cultivation is still too low. Fighting with him would be an unfair victory. Xiao Yan turned his head to look at his 2 junior brothers and smiled. What, neither of you plan to go? Okay, then I'll go first. Finished speaking, Xiao Yan walked to Wang Lin's side and said with a smile, 3rd brother, You must remember to leave me some face." Wang Lin smiled and clasped his hands. "I should ask eldest senior brother to be lenient." The five of them found a quiet valley together. Lin Feng, Zhu Yi, and the little guy stood on top of the mountain peak, looking at Xiao Yan and Wang Lin on the flat ground of the valley. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Those who didn't participate in the battle also open your eyes wide and look carefully." Zhu Yi and the little guy nodded and looked at Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan. Lin Feng flicked his finger, and a pure magical power was injected into Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's spirit was lifted, and he clasped his hands. "Eldest senior brother, please." Xiao Yan's feet were standing there, a stalk of grass in his mouth, smiling. "It's better if you make a move first." Wang Lin nodded and did not stand on ceremony. He raised his right hand and extended his index finger, pointing at Xiao Yan, "Finger of the Yellow Springs, quietus." When Wang Lin pointed, Xiao Yan immediately felt threatened. The space 10 feet around his body seemed to be locked by an annihilating force. In this space, a large amount of Black Death spirit chi emerged without warning. The green grass under his feet quickly withered and was robbed of all its vitality. The little insects that were flying in the air rustled and fell to the ground, all dead. Although the insects were small, with Xiao Yan's current eyesight, he could clearly see that these flying insects did not have any injuries on their bodies, but they had lost their lives instantly. The space he was in seemed to have turned into a dead zone, and all signs of life were eliminated. Xiao Yan himself also felt weak. The vitality and lifespan in his body showed signs of withering, as if he had been buried in the Yellow Springs hell. Lin Feng on the mountain saw this scene and nodded to himself. Wang Lin's comprehension ability, at full value, really is out of the ordinary. Not only was he able to obtain comprehension from the 8 trigrams Heaven Great Way scripture at the Qi disciple stage, improving the original Underworld finger, but with a bit of pointers from Lin Feng, after he carried out a step of improvement, the power of the spell increased by another level. His finger of the Yellow Springs was integrated with the power of the Yellow Springs' true water to annihilate and purify all things, and the power of the scripture of the Great Way of the Heavens, controlling life and death. This first finger, Nirvana, was formed after Wang Lin condensed the death energy to the extreme, allowing the death energy to directly pass through space and appear beside Xiao Yan without warning. There was no trajectory, and it ignored distance. As long as it was within the range of Wang Lin's spell, this dead zone could appear anywhere, making it impossible to guard against. Originally, this magical art of his sent out a black gas to pounce on the enemy, but it was still traceable and easy to dodge. It was Lin Feng who combined his own void of the 2 worlds technique to help Wang Lin make improvements, combining the death energy with the space shift and finally achieving great success, turning it into this terrifying magical art that could silently put the opponent into a dead zone. However, the use of the power of space also increased the consumption of transcendence energy by several times. If not for the support of Lin Feng's transcendence energy, the current Wang Lin would not be able to cast the complete version of the finger of the Yellow Springs Nirvana. He could only use the original incomplete version. Watching Wang Lin cast the magical art, Lin Feng thought to himself, the 8 trigram scripture of the Great Way of the Heavens is really all-encompassing. Different people can have their own understanding when cultivating it. The principle of Lin Feng's void of the 2 worlds technique was that within the range of Lin Feng's spell, there would be 2 spaces of a certain size, and their positions would be swapped. Therefore, no matter how fast Gao Long rode the Fei Lian beast, as long as he did not escape from the range of Lin Feng's spell, Lin Feng could instantly swap the space where Gao Long was in with the space in front of him, sending him back in front of him. The volume of the swapped space itself had a maximum limit. By carefully controlling the position and boundaries of the swap space, It could form a powerful destructive force similar to splitting space. Gao Long was cut in half at the waist by Lin Feng. What cut him at the waist was not any saber or sword transcendence energy, but the swapped boundaries of the space. It was just that this technique consumed too much transcendence energy, so Lin Feng did not dare to use it too much. When he fought Gao Long, he had the intention of practicing his magical art. Otherwise, he would have killed Gao Long in the first move. Unless the opponent also had a magical art that could freeze space or an artifact or treasure. When faced with this move of Lin Feng's without any preparation, most people would suffer a disaster. The 8 trigram scripture of the Great Way of the Heavens is a Tao technique that I created. I must carefully study the mysteries within it and completely understand this Tao technique. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Lin Feng thought to himself. Moreover, this is only the first chapter of the Heavenly Tao Sutra. In the future, there will be even more profound Tao techniques. Just as Lin Feng was pondering, the situation of the battle had already begun to change. In the dead zone, Xiao Yan's transcendence energy surged around his body, resisting the invasion of the dead spirit qi on his body. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Instead, he was stimulated by Wang Lin's heroic spirit in his bones. Third junior brother, I wonder how many fingers you can use? In the midst of his laughter, Xiao Yan's right hand formed a strange fist seal, and a majestic power gathered on his right fist. Xiao Yan punched forward, and invisible waves of air spread out in all directions. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He saw that when Xiao Yan punched out, the space around his body actually moved a little. The invisible power kept vibrating layer upon layer, resisting the dead zone that enveloped Xiao Yan. The black dead spirit qi was like boiling water tumbling nonstop. When the dead spirit qi came into contact with Xiao Yan's invisible power, it continuously disintegrated. The disintegrated black spirit qi disappeared, disintegrated into the most primitive spiritual qi. Wang Lin's transcendence energy in the dead spirit qi was completely blocked. Xiao Yan smiled and said, Third junior brother, take my 8 trigrams disintegration. As he spoke, he punched again, and an extremely overbearing power pounced towards Wang Lin. Wherever the power passed, all the plants, clouds, mist, soil, and even the air were all disintegrated and turned into nothingness. Disintegration, disintegration, all disintegration. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He took a deep breath and pointed his finger again. All Heaven Yellow Spring's finger, reincarnation. As he pointed his finger, the 8 phenomena of heaven, earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, mountain, and swamp appeared in front of Wang Lin and arranged themselves according to the 8 trigrams, forming a halo. The halo spun rapidly, blocking Xiao Yan's domineering 8 trigrams disintegration. As it spun, it continuously disintegrated Xiao Yan's attacks, but the halo did not disintegrate. Instead, it swallowed the 8 trigrams disintegration like the Yellow Springs River in the cycle of life and death. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. Interesting. As his transcendence energy surged, the third 8 trigrams disintegration was about to be released. Wang Lin smiled bitterly and dispersed the halo. He cupped his fists and said, I only have these 3 moves. If I continue, I will make a fool of myself. Please show mercy, eldest senior brother. Ah, Xiao Yan opened his mouth in disappointment. What a pity. On the mountain peak, Zhu Yi and Tiny Tot also looked like they wanted to continue. Zhu Yi sighed. Third junior brother's technique is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that his cultivation level is sigh. Tiny Tot nodded sympathetically. Lin Feng glanced at them and said lightly, a scholar who has been away for 3 days needs to be looked at in a new light. Who knows if little Lin's cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds in the future. You 3 go first. be more alert. If little Lin surpasses you in the future, don't come crying to me. Zhu Yi and Tiny Tot were both stunned. After thinking for a while, their expressions became solemn. They bowed and said, I was complacent. Thank you, Master, for reminding me. Lin Feng nodded and said with a smile, How is it? Don't you feel satisfied? If not, then come down. The second round will be just the two of you. Zhu Yi and Tiny Tot looked at each other and smiled. Master, please guide me. Chapter 110. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yan and Wang Lin, who had returned to the mountain, and smiled. How was it? Did you learn anything? Xiao Yan and Wang Lin answered at the same time. I learned a lot. Lin Feng turned his head toward Xiao Yan and said, Your third junior brother's set of universal Yellow Springs fingers actually still has a third finger. Oh, Xiao Yan glanced at Wang Lin. Good boy, you still have a trick up your sleeve. Wang Lin laughed and cried out in grievance, Master, you have to finish what you want to say. Otherwise, eldest senior brother will not let me off. Lin Feng tapped Xiao Yan, smiling, saying, It's just a monkey. Don't be so impatient. Let Master finish what I have to say. Xiao Yan chuckled. Lin Feng said, Little Lin, this third finger has other uses. It's not used to fight with people. Right now, it's still not perfect. It needs to continue studying. Xiao Yan nodded. Just as he was about to say something, his attention was suddenly drawn to the bottom of the mountain. Little junior brother, this move is really beautiful. Lin Feng and Wang Lin also turned their attention to the fight that had just begun. On the empty ground, the little guy laughed. Second senior brother, I'll make the first move. I don't think you'll mind. After saying that, he put his palms together and then separated them horizontally. A hurricane rose from the little guy's left hand, and lightning flashed on his right hand, turning into a huge thunderblade that was over 30 meters long. The violent electric current was extremely ear-piercing compared to breaking Gao Long's shattering hurricane formation. The little guy was now very familiar with controlling the hurricane thunderblade. The tornado wrapped around the thunderblade, and the power of wind and thunder surged continuously. They stimulated each other, and both became stronger. The little guy suddenly jumped up from the ground and jumped dozens of meters high. He raised the huge hurricane thunderblade and slashed it down at Zhu Yi's head. Even though the momentum of the hurricane lightning blade is astonishing, no matter if it's Zhu Yi in the arena or Xiao Yan outside, they both revealed disappointed expressions. Xiao Yan muttered to himself, That shouldn't be the case. Is this all little brother has? Wang Lin also frowned, looked at Xiao Badian, and said in a heavy voice, Maybe there are other changes. Lin Feng's heart moved, thinking of a possibility, saying, Keep watching, your junior brother is not simple. In his heart, he thought, Little guy, are you really as perceptive as I guessed? Zhu Yi faced Xiao Badian's hurricane thunderblade and shook his head. Junior brother, if this is all you have, then I can only say that you have been too lazy recently. With a wave of his hand, the sword hanging by his waist flew out of its sheath. It was just an ordinary sword, but it emanated an astounding brilliance. Swish, 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 swish. This is a sword technique that I have comprehended from my Sex Dawa scriptures. Please correct me, junior brother. Zhu Yi casually waved his sword 4 times in one go. The first sword was high and mighty like the heavens. It was arrogant and mighty. This was the heavenly sword. The second sword was thick and heavy like the earth. It was filled with the power of virtue. This was the earth sword. The third sword was fast and formless like the wind. It was traceless. This was the wind sword. The fourth sword was fast and violent. It was courageous and advanced. It was surging. This was the thunder sword. Zhu Yi consecutively waved his four swords of wind and thunder. Suddenly, the wind howled and thunderclouds surged. This sword technique, I call it the sword of change. Zhu Yi stood in the wind and thunder. He pointed his sword at Xiao Budian. This sword technique is called the thunder wind. The heavens are vigorous. A gentleman should never stop improving himself. The earth is vast. A gentleman should be virtuous. The wind is strong. A gentleman should act according to his will. The thunder is strong. A gentleman should cultivate with fear. The thunder is strong. A gentleman should never stop. Zhu Yi's thunder wind sword immediately dissolved Xiao Budian's hurricane thunder blade. The wind and thunder that filled the sky swept towards Xiao Budian. Xiao Budian's face showed no fear. He clapped his hands and laughed. Second senior brother, what an exquisite sword technique. His big black eyes shone with a dazzling brilliance. I don't understand those principles. I only know that the power of the previous blade was not enough. So from now on, I need to use more power. More and more, until you can't take it anymore. Xiao Budian clasped his palms together and slashed out again. His cute little face smiled slyly, continuously growing. Unlimited power. Second senior brother, can you take it? Zhu Yi's pupils shrank. He suddenly realized that there was a change in Xiao Budian's blade. The previous Hurricane Thunderblade was an improved version of the Berserk Thunderblade. The tornado wrapped around the lightning blade. Now, this blade was a berserk electric current that was densely wrapped around the sharp wind blade. Zhu Yi's heart moved. He vaguely caught a hint of inspiration. His thunder wind sword used thunder above and wind below. It also used thunder as the main power and wind as the support. Xiao Budian's blade now used wind as the main power and thunder as the support. The two powers were exactly the opposite. This time, Xiao Budian's thunder wind sword slashed into Zhu Yi's thunder wind sword with irresistible force. However, it did not directly destroy it. Instead, it resonated with the thunder wind sword. Xiao Budian laughed. Second senior brother's comprehension is amazing. Your sword of change encompasses all the changes of the 8 trigrams. I'm not that complicated. I only have the power of wind and thunder. Second senior brother, take my move. Unlimited wind and thunder. Xiao Budian's hands moved together, under the effect of the spell. His thunder wind sword with wind as the main and thunder as the support, and Zhu Yi's thunder wind sword with wind as the main and thunder as the support formed a huge cycle. The two sides were clearly separated and did not interfere with each other. On one side, the lightning swept up the hurricane, and on the other side, the wind shrouded the thunderclouds. However, these two powers were like a natural Tai Chi diagram. The yin and yang rotated and merged into one. The yin and yang formed by wind and thunder. The Tai Chi formed by wind and thunder. Under the effect of the cycle, the wind and thunder surged. The power of both sides increased at an astonishing speed. The momentum of their growth seemed endless. On the mountain, Xiao Yan and Wang Lin both widened their eyes as they looked at the continuously increasing power of the wind and thunder cycle in midair. Lin Feng revealed a smile and sighed. As expected, Xiao Budian, you did not disappoint me. Wang Lin comprehended the true meaning of the 8 trigrams heaven's great Tao scripture and combined it with his yellow spring's finger. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's technique was like his person. He advanced bravely and destroyed the 8 trigrams with an unstoppable force. Zhu Yi was the most knowledgeable and had the deepest understanding of the 8 trigrams. He actually wanted to use the E-sword Tao to deduce the entire 8 trigrams. Xiao Budian and Zhu Yi took the opposite path. Indeed, In the 8 trigrams Heaven's Great Tao scripture, Xiao Budian only comprehended the changes of wind and thunder. However, he comprehended the changes of wind and thunder to the extreme. He even surpassed the 8 trigrams and grasped some of the mysterious principles of yin and yang. Lin Feng nodded as he watched. Although you have only touched the threshold, it is already commendable. The battle of techniques between the little guy and Zhu Yi just happened to be the most profound battle of all. Facing Xiao Budian's infinite wind and thunder technique, Zhu Yi's expression was solemn. Junior brother, this technique of yours is really powerful in terms of the way of wind and thunder. Even I have to admit defeat. However, it is still too early to determine the winner of this match. As he spoke, Zhu Yi combined his 2 swords into one and displayed another style of sword of Yi. There is a mountain in the world. Escape. A gentleman keeps his distance from a villain. Zhu Yi's 2 swords, the heaven sword and the mountain sword, overlapped each other and actually formed a escape trigram. There is a mountain in the world. Escape trigram. The sword chi of the escape trigram was illusory. Zhu Yi's real body was hidden in the sword chi and suddenly disappeared without a trace. Xiao Budian's infinite wind and thunder had already locked onto Zhu Yi's position. However, when Zhu Yi used the mountain in the world, escape trigram sword, the overbearing infinite wind and thunder immediately lost its target. Xiao Budian chuckled, and the wind and thunder in the sky returned to protect him. Sure enough, the air behind Xiao Budian shook slightly, and Zhu Yi's figure appeared. It turned out that Zhu Yi did not escape far away. Instead, he came near Xiao Budian. Second senior brother, this escape technique of yours is even more mysterious and unpredictable than the cloud dragon escape. The little guy was on guard, so he naturally wouldn't give Zhu Yi an opportunity. Amidst his laughter, he used the surging wind and lightning to block Zhu Yi's sword. In close combat, second senior brother, you can't do it. Xiao Budian shouted, and the violent chi and blood of his body spread out. His small body was like the cub of an ancient ferocious beast as he charged towards Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's expression was calm. Since his attack did not hit, he immediately used the mountain in the world, sword Dao, to escape again. Xiao Budian's body carried the wind and thunder, and his speed was as fast as lightning. He was not much slower than Zhu Yi, and chased closely behind Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi did not dare to relax in the slightest. The battle between the two had already reached its climax. Xiao Yan and Wang Lin, who were watching from the mountain, were also beaming with joy. Lin Feng observed carefully for a moment and suddenly asked, "Let me test your judgment. Who do you think will win in the end?" Chapter 111. Let's test your eyesight. Who do you think will win in the end? Hearing Lin Feng's question, Xiao Yan and Wang Lin looked at each other. The battle is ever-changing. Even a small change can affect the final outcome. Xiao Yan had a stalk of grass in his mouth, his hands behind his head as a pillow, saying with a smile, but second junior brother miscalculated this time. Fighting close combat with little junior brother is completely using your own weakness to attack the enemy's strong point. Wang Lin frowned. Something's wrong. Xiao Yan was stunned. What's wrong? Wang Lin frowned and thought hard. I don't know either, but I feel that something is wrong. With his reminder, Xiao Yan also calmed down and observed. He was an extremely smart person, but he was naturally careless. Now that he observed carefully, he immediately found the problem. Second junior brother is too calm and composed. Xiao Yan murmured. Lin Feng smiled and said lightly, "The outcome has been decided, but it's not the difference in cultivation or the strength of magical arts that determines the outcome." Xiao Yan and Wang Lin were both shocked. They stared at the battlefield at the foot of the mountain, not daring to neglect a single moment. Zhu Yi's sword of change kept reorganizing the 8 trigrams, and all kinds of sword moves emerged one after another, each with their own magical effects. During the process of fighting with Tiny Tot, Zhu Yi's understanding of sword of change became deeper and deeper, and there were many changes that he had never thought of before. Tiny Tot's control of the power of wind and thunder became more and more free. No matter how Zhu Yi used thousands of sword Dao and tens of thousands of wondrous techniques, the little guy was like a majestic wind and lightning smashing over, chasing behind Zhu Yi without letting up. As long as he was given a chance to get close, Zhu Yi would definitely lose given the difference in physical strength between the two. Zhu Yi obviously realized this too, so he kept trying to pull away from Tiny Tot. Both sides chased each other, and Tiny Tot gradually lost his patience. His cute little face wrinkled like a bun. "Yeah," Xiao Budian abruptly added the boundless wind and lightning to his body, and his speed once again increased by a level. He left behind an afterimage where he stood, and with a speed that was close to teleportation, he arrived in front of Zhu Yi after hiding for a long time. In the end, Xiao Budian still managed to get close to him, but Zhu Yi was not dejected or disappointed. There was even a faint smile on his face. Just can't last long. When the moon is full, it's gone. Zhu Yi smiled faintly. "Little junior brother, your aura has already reached its peak with that movement just now. It will inevitably go downhill from now on. Your infinite wind and thunder can indeed increase its power infinitely, but the premise is that you can't use it on yourself, even if your physical body is extremely strong. The wind and thunder are limitless, but there is a limit to what your body can endure." Zhu Yi's eyes shone with the brilliance of wisdom, and the power that I have been accumulating for a long time is just about to explode. Zhu Yi swung his sword, and it was the Earth Sword. He first sealed Tiny Tot outside, and then he used the Fire Sword. A wave of blazing energy was not released, but it was continuously accumulating and compressing. There is a divination of fire underground. Ming Yi. The meaning of Ming Yi was that fire was underground, just like magma was hidden underground, and it was full of vitality. Tiny Tot secretly thought that things were not good, and Zhu Yi's sword had already brazenly exploded. Kuan Li changed positions, fire above the earth below. Wildfire started a prairie fire, and it could not be stopped. Tiny Tot's entire body surged with wind and lightning, and blocked Zhu Yi's sword power of the fire underground Ming Yi divination. However, his entire body was at a disadvantage, and he was knocked flying. "Second senior brother is too cunning." Tiny Tot landed on the ground and said angrily, "Others can say that about me, but you can't. In terms of cunning, under Master, who can compare to you?" Zhu Yi smiled. "Slightly. I'm just helping you gain experience today. In the future, when you meet a real enemy and use the same method to deal with you, you won't be fooled again." Tiny Tot was also straightforward, and he snorted, "Today, I lost by one move. Next time I won't be so impatient." On the mountain, Xiao Yan and Wang Lin both let out a long breath, and at the same time bowed to Lin Feng. As Master said, in terms of cultivation level, magic power, junior brother is not at a disadvantage, but in terms of state of mind, he is slightly inferior. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled. A 5-year-old kid, no matter how early he matures, he can't compare to a 16-year-old in terms of patience. He rushed down the mountain and said, "Tiny Tot, come back and rest first, and summarize the shortcomings from the previous battle." Then he turned to look at Xiao Yan and Wang Lin. "Who is interested in sparring with Zhu Yi again?" Wang Lin smiled. "I am no match for second senior brother." Xiao Yan was a little eager. "Let me try second junior brother's sort of change." Lin Feng nodded, and Xiao Yan immediately jumped down the mountain, replaced Tiny Tot, and came in front of Zhu Yi. "Second junior brother, I am the same as little junior brother. We both want to fight close combat with you. Don't blame me for making the first move. Xiao Yin chuckled, spat out the grass stem in his mouth, and with a flash, he already pounced towards Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's eyes flickered, and he smiled. Eldest senior brother, just bring it on. He did not hold back, and with a swing of his long sword, he launched 2 consecutive sword strikes. Thunder in the sky. Strong. A gentleman does not wear shoes without manners. Zhu Yi used the thunder sword and the heaven sword to form the strong sword momentum of the sword of change. The thunder shook in the sky, and its momentum was strong. The vast and vigorous sword qi slashed down towards Xiao Yan's head. Good timing. As Xiao Yan laughed, he punched out. Layers of tremors and destruction power spread out. It was the divine power of the 8 trigrams of the Great Way Scripture of the heavens. 8 trigrams collapse. When Zhu Yi's majestic sword qi came into contact with Xiao Yan's 8 trigrams collapse, it instantly disintegrated and was on the verge of collapse. Thunder roams the world. All things are undeserved. Zhu Yi's expression did not change, and the sword momentum that was on the verge of collapse suddenly changed. The thunder sword and heaven sword switched, and immediately the strong sword momentum of the thunder in the sky changed into the undeserved sword momentum of the thunder in the world. Thunder roams the world. All things are undeserved. The former king used the time to nurture all things. Zhu Yi's sword of change changed agilely and immediately came back to life. He once again faced Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan laughed. It's useless. As he said that, he punched out again, and the 8 trigrams collapse was activated again. The domineering power completely destroyed Zhu Yi's undeserved sword momentum. Zhu Yi came to a realization. I get it now. The core concept of eldest senior brother's technique is destruction and destruction. It's a domineering power that can even destroy all things, the universe and the universe. My sword of changes transforms into all phenomena in the world. It is the power of construction and creation. However, since ancient times, it has always been easier to destroy than to build. My sword of changes against his 8 trigrams disintegration is like a scholar meeting a soldier. At the thought of this, Zhu Yi was not discouraged. With a world mountain escape trigram, he avoided Xiao Yan's 8 trigrams collapse and began to patiently deal with Xiao Yan. On the mountain peak, Wang Lin frowned slightly and asked with uncertainty, Second senior brother, are you going to use the same method you used against little junior brother to wear down eldest senior brother's patience and drive? Little brother wrinkled his cute little nose. Eldest senior brother, please don't fall for it. But I really can't be sure. Sometimes eldest senior brother's temper is even more impatient than mine. Silently watch. Lin Feng smiled faintly, watching the 2 fighting at the foot of the mountain. Zhu Yi's sword of change was ever-changing as he dealt with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan laughed. You want to use the same method you used against little junior brother to deal with me? But don't tell me I don't believe in heresy. I'll really fall for it. I'll give you a chance. Let's decide the winner. With that, Xiao Yan's dermic powers were raised to the extreme. He turned into a phantom and pounced at Zhu Yi. Chapter 112. I don't believe in heresy. I'll give you the chance. Let's decide the victor. Xiao Yan pushed his dermic powers to their limits, and his movement technique was so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye as he rushed in front of Zhu Yi. The powerful energy waves from the collapse of the 8 trigrams almost caused the surrounding space to tremble and collapse. Zhu Yi raised his brows and threw away the sword in his hand in the face of Xiao Yan's aggressive collapse of the 8 trigrams. There's fire in the swamp. Change. A gentleman rules the world. Sword of revolution. Zhu Yi did not use his sword, and instead he put two fingers together and conjured a sword art. A sword chi shot out from Zhu Yi's fingertip and grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to nearly 1,000 feet. That sword move seemed as if it wanted to reverse the situation of the world, change the world, reform the Tao, and change the mandate of heaven. That sword was much sharper than the Heaven and Earth Tempest sword force, and the Bright Shore sword force that defeated Tiny Tot. That was the sharpest and strongest sword move that Zhu Yi had comprehended in the Sword of Yi, the Sword of Revolution. The sword chi that was like a waterfall was resplendent and condensed. Not only did it represent the creation of all things, it also represented an unparalleled human Tao force. Even if Xiao Yan's 8 trigrams collapsed, it would not be able to destroy that sword immediately. Since it could not destroy it immediately, the sharp sword chi shot towards Xiao Yan. This is the moment when your aura is declining. Eldest senior brother, you've lost. In this sparring session, Wang Lin's cultivation realm was too low and did not count. He had won both battles against Xiao Yan and Tiny Tot. Zhu Yi let out a long roar in high spirits. Faced with Zhu Yi's sword that could change destiny, Xiao Yan looked impressed and cheered. Good! However, that was not enough. The collapse of the 8 trigrams resolved external demons. There would always be many obstacles on the path of cultivation. The so-called demons were these obstacles. Cultivators could defeat demons to prove their great Tao. Everything external, harmful obstacles, dangers, enemies, and difficulties can be called external devils. Xiao Yan was now using a variant of his 8 trigrams disintegration technique to resolve these external demons. The shock wave that could destroy all things overlapped, but it did not spread outwards. Instead, it tightly surrounded Xiao Yan's body, as if it had turned into an invincible armor. All of the attacks aimed at Xiao Yan were completely shattered by this horrifying vibrating force, completely dispelled. The black-clothed young man formed seals with both hands as he stood there solemnly, and he actually revealed a formidable concept of immobility and eternity. Zhu Yi's face darkened. His leather sword style was the most powerful sword style in the Sword of Change Tao, but it was also the one that consumed the most spiritual power. Originally, he had already fought a fierce battle with the little guy. Now he had to fight Xiao Yan again. After 2 consecutive evenly matched battles, even though Zhu Yi was already at foundation building, his magic power was almost completely exhausted. The leather sword style did not succeed, and Zhu Yi lost the power to fight again. However, what made him even more depressed was that the situation where he was waiting to wear down Xiao Yan's spirit and spiritual power with one strike was completely reversed in the blink of an eye. This feeling made Zhu Yi feel more uncomfortable than failure, as if a breath was blocked and could not be spat out. Xiao Yi, come up first. Lin Feng looked at Zhu Yi indifferently, then turned to Xiao Badian and said, Tianhao, are you interested in fighting with your eldest senior brother? Xiao Badian rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Please give me some pointers. Eldest senior brother. His small body jumped tens of meters high, flipped lightly in the air, and landed in the valley. Zhu Yi took a deep breath and floated up the mountain. He stood beside Lin Feng and looked at Xiao Yan and Xiao Badian in the valley in a daze. Lin Feng thought, Zhu Yi studied hard for 10 years and cultivated the way of a gentleman, but he did not cultivate gentleness and modesty. In Zhu Yi's mind, the way of a gentleman was to be the first in the world, to dare to be the first in the world, to dare to be the first in the world, to strive to be the first in the world, to strive to be the first in the world, to strive to be the first in the world, and to strive to be the first in the world. Although he never said it, and maintained the due respect for Xiao Yan, the eldest senior brother, and the relationship between the two was relatively harmonious. Zhu Yi always had a fire burning in his heart. He wanted to be the first among Lin Feng's disciples and become the role model of the sect. You're not convinced after losing, and you're not happy? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Zhu Yi was shocked. After hesitating for a moment, he calmly nodded. He advocated the way of a gentleman, but he was also a young man. He would also think highly of himself and be hot-blooded and brave. How could he be willing to lose to others, even if that person was his senior brother? Zhu Yi analyzed his mentality very clearly, but he did not intend to restrain it. It was the nature of young people to be jealous and competitive. Blindly suppressing it and pretending to be mature was like using a sandbag to block a flood. Not only was it against the natural order, but it was also easy to cause problems. It was better to let it out. Lin Feng turned and looked at Zhu Yi as if he wanted to see the bottom of Zhu Yi's heart. Then, what are you going to do? Zhu Yi said in a deep voice, I want to compete with eldest senior brother again. Otherwise, it's like a stone is stuffed in my heart. My heart is full of stones that can't be dispelled, and my thoughts can't be clear. Thought flow? The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curved. What is thought flow? Zhu Yi answered, I read a Buddhist scripture in the past. It said, thinking without stagnation is merit. Understanding one's nature is merit. Acting according to one's nature is virtue. Thinking without stagnation and acting according to one's nature is virtue. I think this is clear. Lin Feng nodded. It's not completely unreasonable, but have you ever thought of a problem? If you act according to your nature and do whatever you want, if your thoughts are clear, it is very likely that others will go against their nature, and many others will not be clear, Lin Feng said slowly. You believe in the way of a gentleman. You should know that you should not do to others what you do not want to do to yourself. Speaking up to this point, Lin Feng smiled slightly. There is nothing wrong with living in the world, but seeking what one's heart wants. There is nothing wrong with living a happy and carefree life. However, only focusing on one's own understanding and making others suffer, this is called self-centeredness. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhu Yi was stunned speechless, unable to say anything for a long time. When he came back to his senses, he was shocked to find that his back was already soaked in cold sweat. Zhu Yi was able to discern reason, and was smarter than others. With a bit of thought, he understood the deeper meaning hidden in Lin Feng's unfinished words. One can be domineering and selfish, but it is best to know one's own limits. One must clearly understand that one's way of doing things is domineering and selfish in the eyes of the world. One cannot think that one's domineering and selfishness is a matter of course in the eyes of most people. Otherwise, one will only be blinding one's own eyes. Zhu Yi's entire body was covered in cold sweat. This is because he thought, isn't his father, the Marquis of Xuanji, a person like this? Asking others to act according to their own moral standards and rules, yet not caring about other people's feelings. He would even think that everything is a matter of course, thinking that he is always right, making decisions for others without permission, yet thinking that he is right, and even more thinking that the other person should be grateful to him. What suits one's heart is right. What doesn't suit one's heart is wrong. Mistakes must be changed, otherwise they are unreasonable and unforgivable. Their own likes and dislikes are right and wrong. Those who obey me prosper, those who oppose me die. Lin Feng looked at Zhu Yi and sighed in his heart. Sometimes he has to say that the power of inheritance is strong. No matter how father and son Zhu Yi and the Marquis of Xuanji don't get along, there are similarities in their bones. Zhu Yi closed his eyes, letting his shaken mind gradually calm down. His thoughts have now reached a fork in the road. On one side is the road he was originally pursuing. A gentleman walks on the straight road, his heart like a newborn child, his will like steel. On the other side is a self-centered road. Walking on this road, his father, the Marquis of Xuanji, is waiting for him there. Both roads are firm in one's beliefs and unwavering compromises. But there is a fundamental difference between the two. The former is truly following one's heart, while the latter is essentially just indulging in lust. Zhu Yi slowly opened his eyes, bowing to Lin Feng with the greeting of a teacher, sincerely saying, "Disciple almost walked on the wrong path. Thanks to Master's reminder, disciple is ashamed." Lin Feng laughed. Being able to wake up so quickly shows that you still have a clear understanding of your own heart. Lin Feng, of course, is not happy that Zhu Yi is becoming more and more like his old man, the Marquis of Xuanji. Zhu Yi becoming self-centered is not only because he is at odds with his old man, the Marquis of Xuanji. As his master, Lin Feng will also be affected. Despicable differences will arise between the master and disciple, finally becoming enemies. A disciple who can constantly reflect on himself and clearly understand himself is what Lin Feng wants. Seeing that Zhu Yi has already understood, Lin Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. Looking down at the center of the valley, he smiled, saying, "All right, compose yourself and carefully watch the battle between Xiaoyan and Tianhao. The outcome is about to be decided." Chapter 113. On the mountain, Lin Feng was educating Zhu Yi. At the foot of the mountain, Xiao Yan and Xiao Badian had already pulled apart their battle formation. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Badian and said with a smile, "Little junior brother, we both walk the straightforward path. Why don't we be more direct and decide the winner with one move?" Xiao Badian giggled. "Sure." Before he finished speaking, the little fellow raised both of his pink and tender hands. On the lightning long saber in his left hand, a roaring hurricane whistled and circulated. On the tornado saber in his right hand, violent lightning twisted and turned chaotically. "Eldest senior brother, take it." Xiao Badian put his hands together, and the wind and thunder interweaved, encouraging and surging. The strength of both sides increased rapidly and quickly turned into a huge cycle composed of thunderstorms above Xiao Badian's head. In the cycle, the wind and thunder blended together, but they were also clearly separated, as if they were the two extremes of heaven and earth. Xiao Yan scolded with a smile. "Brat, you haven't finished speaking, and you already cast a spell. Is there a need to take advantage of me?" While laughing, Xiao Yan punched the void in front of him, displaying the 8 trigrams disintegration divine ability. The whistling, surging wind and thunder continuously collapsed and shattered under the power of the 8 trigrams disintegration. But immediately, a new wind and thunder roared out, pouncing toward Xiao Yan, and then it was destroyed by the 8 trigrams disintegration. Xiao Yan and Xiao Badian frowned at the same time. Both of them realized that the fight between them had fallen into a strange balance. One side kept creating hurricanes and thunder, while the other side kept breaking and destroying them. The battle between the two had completely fallen into a battle of attrition. If there was no change, the final test would be whose magic power was more abundant. In terms of magic, it was a complete tie. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Little junior brother, I just don't believe in heresy." With that, the black-clothed youth's magic power surged wildly, and the cloud dragon escape was displayed to the extreme. Suddenly, he got close to Xiao Badian. On the mountain, Lin Feng saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Zhu Yi was competitive, but wasn't Xiao Yan the same? In the black-clothed youth's belief, he wanted to be a worthy eldest senior brother who could be called a role model for his juniors. Seeing that Xiao Yan had taken the initiative to get close to him, Xiao Badian chuckled. "Eldest senior brother, sometimes you have to believe in the supernatural." The raging wind and thunder interweaved together and met Xiao Yan's 8 trigrams disintegration. The spells of both sides clashed together, and Xiao Yan rushed in front of Tiny Tot and punched out. He wanted to see if his little junior brother's physical strength was really so strong that it was unparalleled. Since it was a contest of strength, Xiao Budian was naturally not going to be polite. He swung his hand and punched out, colliding with Xiao Yan. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Victory and defeat will be decided soon." On the mountain, Zhu Yi and Wang Lin widened their eyes as they watched the fierce battle in the valley. Bang! A muffled, thunderous sound rang out as the two fists collided. The scattered energy caused all the dust on the nearby ground to fly up. Xiao Budian stood proudly in place, not taking a step back. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, and soil and rocks flew everywhere. Xiao Yan was forcefully blasted away by Xiao Budian and flew backwards. He flipped in midair to remove the force and landed on the ground. "Looks like I really can't believe in the supernatural." Xiao Yan swung his fist, grimacing in pain as he said, "Just what did you eat to grow up, brat? This body is simply amazing." Xiao Budian chuckled. "Eldest senior brother, thank you for letting me win." Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. Originally, the two of them should have fought to a draw, but he did not believe in the supernatural and insisted on challenging Xiao Budian's physical strength, causing him to lose a move. Lin Feng floated down from the mountain peak and looked at Xiao Yan with a smile. "How does it feel to attack the enemy's strong point with your weak point?" Xiao Yan smiled and said, "Terrible. Comparing notes between fellow disciples is not like fighting with external enemies. Winning or losing is not important. What's important is to gain something from it." Lin Feng smiled and looked at his four disciples. He first looked at Xiao Budian. "Tianhao, you did not let me down. You specialize in the way of wind and thunder, and even surpass the 8 diagrams of the Great Way of Heaven. You have come into contact with some of the mysterious principles of yin and yang. This is very good." Xiao Budian chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Lin Feng continued to say, "But there are still shortcomings. Even though your infinite wind and thunder strength is strong, but the speed at which it can be activated is still on the slow side. In order to let you display the spells that you have comprehended to your heart's content, your eldest senior brother and second senior brother intentionally or unintentionally let you prepare before attacking. The real opponent will not give you this opportunity." Lin Feng pointed at Wang Lin and said, "Let's not talk about anything else. Your third senior brother's finger of quietus will be activated instantly. Before your wind and thunder power can take shape, you will be enveloped by the dead space he created. Of course, you can use your own strength to break through the dead zone like Xiao Yan, but that's because your cultivation level is higher than Xiao Lin's. Xiao Lin is also in the early stage of foundation establishment like you, so it won't be easy for you." After listening to Lin Feng's words, Xiao Budian stopped smiling and solemnly accepted the lesson. Lin Feng then looked at Wang Lin and said, "Xiao Lin, the most important thing for you now is to improve your cultivation as soon as possible and perfect the third finger of your finger of underworld." Wang Lin quickly nodded. "Both of you should know where you need to improve, right?" Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi with a faint smile. Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi both smiled embarrassedly and said, "We already know." Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction and said, "It's good that both of you have learned something." Xiao Yan and the other three looked at each other and smiled. They were sincerely convinced and bowed to Lin Feng together and said, "It's all thanks to Master's teachings." Lin Feng smiled, feeling satisfied with the sparring between the disciples of his sect this time. In other words, under the wise leadership of Comrade Lin Feng, the 4 personal disciples enthusiastically signed up and competed to show off their style and elegance. Friendship first, competition second. In the end, This internal exchange meeting came to a successful conclusion. This was a successful, memorable meeting that was worth learning from by his colleagues. After blowing his own trumpet in his heart, Lin Feng sent the four away to comprehend and summarize what they learned from this competition and improve their own spells. Lin Feng also calmed down and thought seriously. 8 trigrams collapse. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng suddenly punched forward. Circles after circles of vibrating power spread out like ripples, and the whole space suddenly seemed like it was about to collapse and collapse. Lin Feng's expression did not change. He casually pointed, and the space not far away was immediately shrouded by a dark death aura. It was the finger of Quietus of Wan Lin's All Heaven's Yellow Springs finger. He raised his hands, and wind and thunder intertwined and fused together. They surged continuously and strengthened each other, increasing the power with an almost infinite momentum. After dispersing the infinite wind and thunder, Lin Feng made a sword gesture with his right hand and used his fingers as a sword. He swung his sword twice. A long, rainbow-like sword chi shot out from his fingertips and instantly grew to 100 feet. It was filled with an unstoppable momentum that could change the world. The sword of change path. There is fire in the swamp, changing the sword. The spells of his 4 disciples were easily mastered by Lin Feng, and the level of concept was even higher than the original owners. The 8 trigrams Heaven Great Tao scripture was created by Lin Feng with the help of the system and by combining the 8 great Tao techniques. In the world, the person who had the deepest understanding of this Tao technique was still himself. Therefore, the spells that Xiao Yan and the others comprehended from the great Tao scripture, Lin Feng only needed to look at them once to understand the true meaning behind them. However, Lin Feng did not intend to continue to study them in depth. He just used them as a reference. These spells are all very good, but they are not mine, and they are not the spells that are most suitable for me. Lin Feng had a sudden realization. Just like the fury of the Akala and the golden body of Ksitigarbha, although they are excellent, they are not the spells that are most suitable for me. Originally, there was no comparison, and the feeling was not obvious. However, ever since I comprehended the 2 realms void technique, I truly felt that it was a spell that belonged to me, a spell that was most suitable for me, and a path that belonged to me. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Other spells can also be used. When fighting with others, one has to be flexible and adaptable. The profoundness lies in one's heart. It's fine as long as one can win. But one's own Tao technique, one's own spells, are the foundation. With the verification of many spells, Lin Feng's understanding of the 8 trigrams Heaven Great Tao scripture improved by another step. At this moment, his mind was quick-witted, and a few vague ideas appeared in his mind. This seems to be another spell that is completely different from the 2 realms void technique. However, the main points still need to be perfected. Lin Feng stood up, tidied up his emotions, and thought, the information that Long Yi gave me only said that the blessed land is in the western mountain range of the northern foot of Kunlun Mountain, but there was no specific location. The northern foot of Kunlun Mountain stretches for more than 10,000 li. Searching for it will definitely not be easy, since accepting the 3rd main mission of finding the cave and opening the mountain gate, Lin Feng himself went into seclusion to build his foundation. Adding on the time that his 3 disciples went into seclusion, almost half a year had already passed. The time limit of 3 years for the mission seemed to be much more generous than the 2 missions of 1 year. However, things like time always pass in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng didn't dare to delay any longer. He gathered his 4 disciples, used the black cloud flag to roll them up, and immediately set off. Target Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 114. The geographical location of the Kunlun mountain range is to the west of the Great Hengduan mountain range, situated to the northwest of the Great Hengduan mountain range. It stretches on endlessly and is one of the few large mountain ranges in the entire heaven primal world. The mountain range is filled with wondrous peaks and abundant spiritual energy. Countless sects and cultivators choose to establish their abodes here. The Wind God sect that had a conflict with Xiaoyan's group and was even chased by core disciple Gao Long. Their sect is situated in a valley at the southern foot of the Kunlun mountain range, filled with spiritual energy. When Lin Feng first found out from Xiaoyan's mouth that the enemy was the Wind God sect, his expression was strange. Thinking of this point, in the future, he and the other party might even be neighbors. Although the Kunlun mountain range has many paradises and grottos that are rich in spiritual energy, most of them are only above average. So the sects that have settled down here are as numerous as the stars in the sky, but there aren't many top-notch ones. Most of them are some mid-level cultivation powers that have settled down here. This also made Lin Feng's heart slightly beat, not knowing if Long Ye's information is accurate or not. If that Jade Capital Mountain is really that good, why don't other people get there first? Jade Capital Mountain is the paradise that Long Yi introduced to Lin Feng. Jade Capital Mountain actually can't completely be considered a mountain in the Kunlun mountain range, but a wondrous mountain that floats above the 9 heavens and is shrouded in clouds and astral winds all year round. This mountain often merges into the foreign space and is faintly discernible, not completely standing in this world. Long Ye's original words once again rang in Lin Feng's ears. Jade Capital Mountain is usually hidden in cracks in space. It's hard to find the location of its door. It only truly appears once every 60 years. The entire mountain will separate from the foreign space and completely descend into this world. That's your chance. It's already been 58 years since Jade Capital Mountain last appeared. In another 2 years, it will be time for Jade Capital Mountain to reappear. Whether or not you can grasp the opportunity is up to you. Lin Feng frowned slightly, riding the black cloud flag above the sea of clouds, gazing at the Kunlun mountain range in front of him. Many peaks soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds and straight into the blue sky, full of pressure. But there was no trace of Jade Capital Mountain. It's already been over a year since I broke up with Long Yi. The 2-year period is about to arrive. However, Lin Feng had been searching in the northern foothills of Kunlun Mountain for almost half a year, but he still found nothing. On the contrary, he had killed quite a number of demonic beasts in the mountains and collected quite a number of rare and exotic herbs. His own magic power had condensed quite a bit, and he had become much more proficient in his spells and divine abilities. The 4 disciples had also gone through a lot of experiences and had become more mature. However, it was of no help to Lin Feng in his search for Yujing Mountain. After thousands of years of development, countless reshuffles and games had taken place in the world of cultivation, and all the major forces were deeply rooted in the world. The blessed lands and grotto heavens with the best quality and most suitable for cultivation were all occupied by the top forces. Currently, Lin Feng would definitely not be able to compete with them. Lin Feng would not be willing to settle for a worse blessed paradise, and he believed that his disciples would be extremely disappointed. In comparison, the Yujing Mountain that Long Yi told him about was already the most reliable and most suitable. That which had the intention of having Lin Feng develop and fight with the Taishu Temple, Mount Shu Sword Sect, and the other major forces of the human race to fight for resources. She sincerely hoped that Lin Feng would be able to make a name for himself, so the information she provided was completely true. However, her information was still too general. The northern foothills of Kunlun Mountain were vast and boundless. Lin Feng was really about to throw up looking for it. He had already sent out his 4 disciples to search separately. These kids already have a certain level of self-protection and are not afraid of acting alone. The key is that they are all people with great luck and heaven-defying opportunities. They are just right for this kind of work. Lin Feng was currently flying in the air on the black cloud flag when he suddenly saw thick smoke billowing and flames flashing halfway up a mountain below. Looking closely, it was a small mountain village enveloped in a sea of raging flames. In the sea of flames, people were fleeing in panic. The cries of women and children filled the air. Lin Feng frowned. He saw a strange scarlet-red bird fluttering in the flames. It looked like a crow. The feathers on its body were scarlet-red like flames. Smoke flew as it flashed. It occasionally let out strange cries and spat out flames from its mouth. Fire crow. Lin Feng recognized the origin of this strange bird. Fire crow, a descendant of the ancient peak vicious beast, the 3-legged golden crow. 3-legged golden crow, an ancient peerless demon. It can control the true fire of the sun, one of the 7 great true fires. Rumor has it that it is the incarnation of the sun. Its ferocious might overflows the heavens, and the fire it controls can burn the heavens and boil the seas. Even though the golden crow's bloodline in the fire crow's body is already mixed and impure, it still has some of its ancestors' power to control fire. The fire it can control is called the true fire of the rising sun. It is a shrunken version of the true fire of the sun, but its power is still not ordinary. That fire crow looked at the miserable scene of hell on earth that it created in front of its eyes and seemed to be extremely satisfied. It cawed strangely, as if a person was laughing loudly. Lin Feng frowned. He casually flicked his finger, and a stream of dim yellow air current shot out from his finger. The underworld pearl was taken away by Wang Lin. So Lin Feng couldn't borrow the underworld true water in it, but his arcane energy already had some of the aura of the underworld true water. Even though it wasn't the real underworld true water, that fire crow's flames weren't the true fire of the sun either. The mere true fire of the rising sun was instantly extinguished when it came in contact with the dim yellow air current, and the fire essence within it was purified. The small mountain village that was originally in a sea of flames quickly calmed down. The villagers stared blankly at Lin Feng in the sky. After a long while, they finally realized that they were saved. They all bowed to Lin Feng, thanking him for saving their lives. That fire crow was shocked. It looked at Lin Feng, cawed strangely, and actually spoke the human language. Taoists don't meddle in other people's business, or I will definitely refine you into a fire slave. My young master and a large number of our clansmen are nearby. Don't seek your own death. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with its hooting. He just wanted to reward this fellow with the 2 realms void technique and send it to reincarnation. However, Lin Feng had been searching for Mount Yujing recently, and it had given him a headache. He paid extra attention to all kinds of information. Even though Kunlun Mountain is filled with demons, the human race is also extremely powerful. Why does this fire crow dare to be so arrogant? Lin Feng thought. It said that a large number of our kind are nearby, and that some young master is also there. These fire crows can't be moving in such a large scale without a purpose. It's most likely that they're also looking for something. Could it be Mount Yujing as well? Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately changed his mind. He looked at that fire crow and smiled. Where are your kind? Bring me to them. That fire crow was furious. Reckless human. As it flapped its wings, waves of fire surged, instantly turning into a sea of fire in front of it. Dozens of fire crow soul essences, burning with raging flames, flew out from the scarlet sea of fire and charged at Lin Feng. These fire crow soul essences were all people killed by this fire crow. After their souls were imprisoned, they were meticulously refined and condensed into the magic power of the rising sun true fire. It was extremely vicious. Lin Feng's expression did not change. He stretched out his hand and pointed, activating the Two Realms Void technique. The space burning with raging flames in front of the fire crow and the space that Lin Feng was originally in instantly switched positions. The ferocious fire crow's soul essences all missed. The raging flames that the fire crow used to protect itself also disappeared. Instead, it was Lin Feng who directly appeared in front of it. The fire crow stared at Lin Feng, dumbfounded. Lin Feng casually slapped the top of the fire crow's head, directly shattering its skull. That fire crow let out a strange cry, and a red light shot out of its head. Its soul was trying to escape. Lin Feng was already prepared. With a heaven cage sigil, he sealed the red light, looking at the fire crow's soul that was struggling in fear and flapping its wings. Lin Feng smiled slightly. All right, now tell me, where are those of your kind? Why have you all appeared in such a large scale in this place? The fire crow's soul roared angrily. Human, don't even think about getting anything from me. You will definitely die and be buried in raging flames. Lin Feng chuckled. I only know that if you don't speak, you will be buried in raging flames. Saying so, he flicked his finger lightly. A milky white flame landed on the fire crow's soul. The immovable Wisdom King's wrath that could even burn ordinary flames burned the fire crow to the point that it wanted to die. It was on its last breath. Finally, Lin Feng pried open this fire crow's mouth and obtained a piece of news that made him excited. This flock of fire crows had entered deep into the north of Kunlun Mountain in search of Yujing Mountain, and their leader, the fire crow young master, knew the exact location of Yujing Mountain. Chapter 115. Then does the fire crow young master know the exact location of Jade Capital Mountain? Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit up. Unfortunately, no matter how he asked, the fire crow couldn't tell him the exact location. It seemed like it really didn't know. It could only provide Lin Feng with the approximate location of a few fire crows, and let Lin Feng try his luck. Sadly, the opponent is, after all, a bird. Lin Feng followed the map and found a few places, but he either missed or only saw a pile of ruins that had been burnt to ashes. Lin Feng landed in front of a pile of ruins. His nose could still smell a burnt smell in the air. Lin Feng suddenly felt something and looked behind him. A moment later, a person came out of the forest. It was a white-clothed young man with a handsome face. The mana around him flowed and formed a line. He was already at the 12th level of Qi disciple perfection. The white-clothed young man was first shocked when he saw Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng with some caution and asked, "Who are you? Are you also here to exterminate those fire crows?" His gaze landed on the burnt ruins and anger appeared on his face. These goddamn beasts, they destroyed another village. Lin Feng sized him up and smiled. "That's right, I'm here for that flock of fire crows." The white-clothed young man said emotionally. This flock of fire crows suddenly appeared in the nearby area and wreaked havoc in the forest, killing many people. The young disciples of a few sects nearby have banded together and are preparing to exterminate them. Do you want to come with us? Lin Feng was about to refuse when he heard the white-clothed young man continue. "Senior Brother Gao has a strange treasure that can roughly locate the location of the fire crows. We're currently tracking those Yao birds." Lin Feng's heart moved. The refusal that was already at the tip of his tongue changed immediately. This couldn't be better. He paused and then said, "But you trust me so much? This is the first time we've met." The white-clothed young man smiled. "At least we're all humans. Even if you're vicious and evil, those Yao that kill humans are our common enemies, aren't they? Not to mention, I see that you're noble and handsome. You don't seem like a vicious person. Lin Feng smiled, noncommittally. Since that's the case, let's be on our way. The white-clothed young man nodded and led the way, leading Lin Feng to meet up with his companions. On the way, Lin Feng learned that the white-clothed young man was called Yang Qing, a disciple of a small sect Cloudwater Cave in the northeast of Kunlun Mountain. He was only 16 this year. Lin Feng was secretly amazed. This kind of talent obviously can't compare to Xiao Budi and the other true sons of heaven, the children of luck, but even if placed in some large sects, he's also at the level of genius and elite. Back then, when Murong Yenran, who came to break off Xiao Yan's engagement, was chosen by the Celeritas sword sect, she was only 14 years old, Qi disciple level 10. But Yang Qing didn't feel proud about it. Instead, he blushed. I'm just quick in improving my cultivation. In actual fighting, I'm very weak. Whether it's spells or martial arts, I'm not good at either. I can't practice the things that other disciples can learn very quickly, so I can only practice spells and raise my realm. Whether it's spells or martial arts, I'm not good at either. I can't practice the things that other disciples can learn quickly, so I can only practice spells and raise my realm with all my might. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Yang Qing, who was vexed and feeling inferior. This was a gentle young man with little life experience who easily trusted others. If it was someone who knew how to deal with people, how could he tell others about his situation on their first meeting? Lin Feng secretly shook his head. Compared to his lack of understanding in spells and abilities, the problem with this kid's mind was more fatal. The two of them walked on and climbed up a mountain. Before they reached the peak, laughter came from above. Is Brother Yang back? Did you find any traces of fire crows? Before Yang Qing could reply, Lin Feng's brows furrowed into a knot. Logically, the laughter coming from the peak was clear and warm, approachable, and made people feel like they were bathed in the spring breeze. There was an unstoppable calmness and an elegant and natural temperament. It was amiable, as if just listening to him talk was a kind of enjoyment. But why did Lin Feng hear a strong sense of pretentiousness from this person's spring breeze-like words? The two of them reached the peak and saw a handsome young man in a white linen robe looking at them with a smile. Yang Qing quickly raised his hand to greet. How dare I trouble Senior Brother Gao to wait here? At the same time, he introduced to Lin Feng. This is Gao Fan from the Wind God sect, Senior Brother Gao. This joint operation to eliminate fire crows was organized by Senior Brother Gao. Wind God sect? Why would the Wind God sect disciple from the south of Kunlun Mountain appear in the northern mountain range? Before Lin Feng could speak, laughter came from afar. Yang Qing, you're too slow. You also know that you can't afford to wait for Senior Brother Gao. A few young men and women walked over together. Their clothes were different. Obviously, they came from different sections too. Of the female disciples glanced at Gao Fan. However, one of them took a peek and then immediately looked away, pretending to be indifferent and cold. After a while, she took another peek. The other one stared at Gao Fan with a fiery gaze, not concealing her admiration. Gao Fan smiled. Brother Yang went out to investigate. It's only right for me to welcome him. If there's any danger, I can help. His voice was kind, indifferent, calm, and even revealed a bit of elegance. Listening to it, it was really indescribable. Like Yang Qing, he was also dressed in a white robe. But when the two stood together, Gao Fan was like a lonely wolf king, while Yang Qing was like a dog with its tail between its legs. The contrast was extremely strong. Gao Fan was like a magnet. Wherever he was, other people would automatically gather. Except for the few people who arrived first, the other dozens of young cultivators, men and women, all walked over. It looked as if everyone was welcoming Yang Qing together. But even Yang Qing himself knew that they were just getting closer to Gao Fan. Lin Feng glanced around and saw that among the people in front of him, Gao Fan was a foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, he was a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, a spirit platform cultivator. As for the others, there were 3 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, and the rest were only qi refining cultivators. Most of them were not even as good as Yang Qing, who was at the great perfection of qi refining. The lowest cultivation was only at the 9th level of qi refining, but judging from the attitude of the few people who came first, many people didn't take Yang Qing seriously. It seemed that everyone knew that Yang Qing was not good at fighting. Lin Feng could only shake his head at this. He hoped that Yang Qing, this silly boy, would learn a lesson in the future and not always expose his shortcomings. Wind God Sect. I've known a Wind God Sect cultivator before. His name is Gao Long. Lin Feng glanced at Gao Fan and said slowly, "What's his relationship with you?" Gao Long was short and couldn't be compared to the handsome Gao Fan in front of him. But if you looked closely, you would find that the 2 people's eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar. Gao Fan smiled slightly. "Gao Long is my cousin and also my junior brother. He has a bad temper and is somewhat arrogant. He often causes trouble outside. If he unintentionally offended you, I apologize on his behalf. I hope you won't take it to heart." Everyone cheered for Gao Fan's grace. This was exactly the usual style of their senior brother Gao. Lin Feng also smiled and shook his head. "No, your younger brother, and I hit it off at first sight. It's just that in the blink of an eye, we've been separated for 2 years. It's a pity that we haven't met again. But to be able to meet his cousin today, it can be considered fate." Gao Fan smiled and nodded. "How should I address you, fellow Taoist?" "Just call me Taoist, Lin." Gao Fan pondered for a moment and then asked, "Did fellow Taoist Lin also come to kill the fire crows?" Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Everyone has the right to kill this kind of evildoer." "Well said." Gao Fan applauded and praised. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and then asked, "I heard from Yang Qing that you have a way to find the traces of the fire crows." Chapter 116. I heard from Yang Qing that you have a way to find traces of the fire crows. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before asking Gao Fan. A female cultivator in the crowd immediately glared at Yang Qing. "Yang Qing sure has a big mouth." Yang Qing smiled apologetically. Lin Feng looked at the female cultivator. She was beautiful and extremely tall. She looked like a rose with thorns. Aside from Gao Fan, this woman was one of the 3 remaining foundation establishment cultivators. Although she was in the early stage of foundation establishment, she faintly exuded a fierce aura. It was obvious that she often fought with others and had rich combat experience. Gao Fan smiled. "Junior Sister Chensi, it's fine." When facing Gao Fan, Li Chensi immediately turned from a tigress to a docile and obedient kitten. She responded gently, "Yes, senior brother Gao." From the way Gao Fan addressed her, the 2 had a deep friendship. The other female cultivators looked at Li Chensi with envy. However, due to Gao Fan's presence and their fear of Li Chensi's cultivation methods, all the female cultivators lowered their heads and did not reveal their displeasure. Gao Fan turned to Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Actually, it's nothing special. I once accidentally obtained a feather of the fire crow demon commander. With this feather, I can barely sense the fire crows within a certain range." Lin Feng smiled. "That's good." Li Chensi quietly approached Gao Fan. "Senior brother Gao, this person's origins are unknown. Gao Fan smiled. It's fine. Eliminating the fire crows means we are on the same path. Li Chenxi nodded and did not speak further. After joining this temporary team, Lin Feng observed more and spoke less. He secretly observed that this team indeed had Gao Fan as the core. Lin Feng also heard a lot of information regarding Gao Fan. He came from the famous Wind God sect and had opened up his Sea of Qi and established his Tao foundation before the age of 20. After that, he did not advance to the Tao realm for 10 years, just as everyone was gradually forgetting about him. Gao Fan shocked the world with a single feat. He established a Grade 2 spirit platform and became the #1 person in the Wind God sect's younger generation. Not only was his Tao realm high, but Gao Fan's actual combat strength was even above the Tao realm. He had mastered the Wind God sect's signature spell, Tornado Slash. It was publicly acknowledged in the entire Wind God sect that even the elders of the Golden Elixir period, or even the ancestors of the Yuanying period, would only be able to beat Gao Fan in terms of magic power, but they would not be able to be more proficient than him. When she saw injustice, Gao Fan would often enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. For example, the encirclement and annihilation of the fire crows was initiated by Gao Fan out of righteous indignation when she saw the fire crows slaughtering civilians. It was precisely such a favored genius of the heavens, a star of tomorrow that was modest, amiable, and approachable. Not only did he not put on the slightest airs when dealing with cultivators with cultivations lower than his, he even frequently generously guided them in Tao arts and provided them with spirit pills and miraculous medicines. Lin Feng looked on coldly from the side. Every time the team stopped to rest, everyone would gather around Gao Fan to ask for guidance on Tao techniques. Gao Fan did not reject any of them and guided them one by one. Naturally, these people would not sell their own Tao techniques completely, and Gao Fan would not overstep his boundaries to ask for it. If anyone had any difficulties in the process of cultivation, Gao Fan would do his best to answer them. At the same time, Gao Fan would also give all kinds of medicinal pills to everyone to help with cultivation, to restore magic power, to detoxify, and so on. All the signs showed that this person was a standard tall, rich, and handsome man in the cultivation world. Furthermore, he was not the kind of low-level, handsome, and rich man who only knew how to bully others with his power. Instead, he was a high-quality, handsome, and rich man who had ideals, connections, ambitions, a sense of justice, a kind heart, and was approachable. Lin Feng turned his head to look at Yang Qing beside him and asked with a smile, "Why don't you go over?" Yang Qing scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. "Everyone knows about my problem. Even the elders in the sect can't solve it, so I don't want to trouble senior brother Gao." Lin Feng shook his head and did not say anything. Yang Qing's biggest problem was not that his talent in learning Tao techniques was low, but that his will was too weak. However, it was the first time they met, and it was not appropriate to talk too much, so Lin Feng did not say anything more. There were many things, especially things on the level of the will, that still had to rely on oneself. The group of people walked and stopped in the northern mountain range of Kunlun Mountain. One day, Gao Fan, who was the leader, suddenly stopped. The others followed behind him and also stopped moving forward. Lin Feng was in the group and observed quietly. He saw Gao Fan take out a bird feather that was more than a foot long. The feather was crimson, and there was a faint flame jumping on it. Gao Fan frowned and stared at the feather and said in a deep voice, "It's nearby, and it's approaching us." Lin Feng looked carefully and saw that the frequency of the flame flashing on the feather was getting faster and faster. There was a slight commotion in the crowd. The fighting power of the fire crows was still very strong, especially in large numbers, and it was very difficult to deal with them. Gao Fan took out a gourd from his waist and poured out a pile of crimson pills the size of mung beans. He turned around and said, "The rising sun, true fire of the fire crows, is quite powerful, especially the smoke produced by their wings. When the smoke and fire are mixed together, it will produce fire poison, which is specially used to break the protective magic power of us human cultivators. If you were to come into contact with a little fire poison, you would be in danger of losing your life. This is the fire avoidance pill refined by the elders of my sect. After taking it, it can prevent the fire poison from attacking you. Everyone take 1 pill each. Quickly take it and prepare for battle." The group of people walked to Gao Fan's side and quickly took the pill and swallowed it. Lin Feng looked at the crimson pill in his palm, and his pupils shrank slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. He also took the fire avoidance pill from Gao Fan's hand as if nothing had happened. Just as everyone finished taking the pill, they suddenly felt waves of heat coming from the northern sky. Lin Feng gazed into the distance, seeing that the entire sky in the north had been dyed a fiery red color, a massive wave of fire sweeping towards everyone. Hundreds of fire crows flew out from the boundless sea of fire. Their cawing was deafening and irritating to the ears. In the center of the flock of fire crows was a youth dressed in red, but no one dared to compliment his appearance. His body was thin and shriveled, and he had a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. His face was purplish-black with a hint of red, and a pair of small ears stood straight up. There wasn't a single strand of hair on his bald head. The flock of fire crows surrounded the youth in red in the center and cried out in unison, speaking in human language, "Your Excellency, young master!" Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he stared at the youth in red. "This is the Fire Crow young master." The Fire Crow clan was the descendant of the ancient great demon, the 3-legged golden crow. Their clan leader was respectfully addressed as the Fire Crow King. It was rumored that he had already mastered the divine ability of his ancestor, the Golden Crow Great Saint, to control the true fire of the sun. This Fire Crow young master was the youngest son of the Fire Crow King. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, he was just a golden chicken that could lay golden eggs. Lin Feng's eyes moved, but he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. His gaze landed on Gao Fan. Indeed, Gao Fan took a step forward and stared at the Fire Crow young master in the sky, saying in a low voice, "Your fire crows have always resided to the south of the Kunlun Mountains. Why have you suddenly entered the Kunlun Mountains and started a massacre of civilians?" The Fire Crow young master ignored him and lowered his head to look at the fiery feather in Gao Fan's hand, snorting through his nose. "I was wondering why the humans were getting closer and closer. So it's because they've obtained the feather of my kin." He stared at Gao Fan and smiled sinisterly. "Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wishes." At his command, the hundreds of fire crows around him cried out in unison as they dove towards Lin Feng and the others on the ground, bringing with them a sea of fire as they descended like a rain of fire. Gao Fan's expression was calm and collected as he looked at the flock of fire crows swooping down from the sky, lightly spitting out a few words. "A sin committed by heaven can be forgiven, but a sin committed by oneself cannot be forgiven." Before he'd finished speaking, the white linen robe on his body suddenly lit up with a burst of green light, merging into the surrounding air and bringing with it tornadoes that rushed into the air, sweeping away the sea of fire brought by the fire crows. Apart from Lin Feng, everyone present cheered in unison. Yang Qing looked at Gao Fan with eyes full of envy. Lin Feng had an indifferent expression on his face as he looked at Gao Fan and let out a clear whistle, waving his arm forward. "Everyone, today is the day to subdue the demons." Everyone yelled in unison, each displaying their abilities as they charged towards the flock of fire crows. Chapter 117. Under Gao Fan's lead, the group of human cultivators engaged in battle with the fire crow Fae in the sky. Lin Feng stood in his original spot, without moving, while Yang Qing beside him had a look of hesitation. Yang Qing was somewhat eager to give it a try, but also somewhat afraid. Before Li Chenxi entered the fray, she glared at them angrily. "What are the two of you waiting for? Slaying fiends is now." Yang Qing blushed and hurriedly said, "Coming." As she spoke, she charged forward. Lin Feng remained calm and composed. He looked at the battle in the sky and said with an indifferent smile, "I'll hold the line for you." Li Chenxi was taken aback before she angrily grunted, "Coward." With that said, she ignored Lin Feng and charged at the Fire Crow flock. Towards her disdain, Lin Feng did not take it to heart at all, his gaze looking towards the battle in the air that was gradually reaching its climax. With the help of his flowing wind robe, Gao Fan used the wind to float into the air. He led the charge into the Fire Crow flock. For a man as eye-catching as him, even in the chaotic and smoke-filled battlefield, he was like a firefly in the night. There was nothing that could conceal his brilliance. With a casual wind blade, he split a fire crow into two. Gao Fan remained calm and composed. His white linen robe made him look handsome and untainted by the smoke and blood. He swept up a violent crack and tore through the Fire Crow flock. He charged straight at the Fire Crow young master in midair. To capture the bandits, one had to capture the leader first. Gao Fan clearly had such an idea. The Fire Crow young master's purplish-black face was now fiery red. His beady eyes stared at Gao Fan, revealing a cruel glint. He let out two strange caws as the flames around him surged like a raging sea. Countless Fire Crow soul essences in the flames were like a school of fish in the undercurrents of the sea, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Lin Feng looked carefully and discovered that the Fire Crow young master had refined thousands of Fire Crow soul essences. That also meant that he had killed at least a few thousand people. Under the control of the Fire Crow young master, these Fire Crow essences all turned into runes that merged into the Scarlet Sea of Flames. In the end, the scarlet flames twisted into several pillars of fire that shot into the sky. In the sky, several pillars of fire crisscrossed, forming a mysterious rune. This rune looked like a twisted fire character, but it was specious and had a strange shape. Gao Fan, who was in the air, saw this strange rune, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. These are the ancient characters of the demon clan, right? It's really rare for you to be able to learn some of its charm. Fire Crow, young master laughed weirdly. "Human, take my Fire King incantation." As soon as this strangely shaped fire character appeared, all of the surrounding plants were instantly scorched black and withered. All of the water was instantly evaporated. Gao Fan said with a smile, "Unfortunately, writing is something that we humans have evolved to the extreme. It belongs to our civilization. The writing of your demon clan is just a joke in front of the civilization of our human clan." Against the enemy's super killer move, Gao Fan still wore a smile. He handled it with ease, appearing extremely cool and elegant. He's really good at acting. Even Lin Feng sighed. This fellow's looks were impeccable. He was even better at acting than him. Gao Fan gathered his hands together and formed a seal in front of his chest. His dermic powers immediately circulated rapidly. Two tornadoes appeared in front of Gao Fan and attacked Fire Crow, young master together. As they advanced, the two tornadoes approached each other until they were tightly pressed against each other. They constantly rubbed against each other. During this squeezing process, the two tornadoes did not merge. Instead, both sides were constantly vanishing. All that was left was the point of contact. It formed a gigantic wind blade that was hundreds of feet tall. It was extremely terrifying as it cleaved at Fire Crow young master with the momentum of splitting the world. The group of human cultivators cheered in unison, "Tornado slash!" It's senior brother Gao's best tornado, slash. Li Chenxi shouted, Bird Demon, let's see if you can survive this. Against Gao Fan's tornado slash, Fire Crow Young Master did not dare to take it head-on. He could only dodge. Although the wind blade was massive, it was as fast as the wind. Even though Fire Crow Young Master was a bird-type fae with extremely fast speed, half of his wings were severed by the wind blade. Blood splattered as feathers rained down from the sky. Fire Crow Young Master cried out in pain, but Gao Fan remained extremely calm on the other side. Against Fire Crow Young Master's ferocious Fire King mantra, Gao Fan remained motionless. He stood calmly in his original spot, not dodging or blocking. When the blazing flames approached him, Gao Fan's white linen robe lit up with azure light, transforming into endless hurricanes that protected Gao Fan. The power of the Fire King mantra exploded, transforming into endless blazing flames that surrounded Gao Fan. However, they were all blocked by the hurricanes, unable to harm Gao Fan at all. Gao Fan leisurely walked out of the blazing flames. Wherever he went, the hurricanes would open up a path, creating a flat path in the sea of flames. His appearance was truly incomparably carefree and unrestrained, as well as indescribably aloof. The eyes of the group of female cultivators all turned into the shape of hearts, making Lin Feng feel disgusted. You can be love-struck now. There might be a good show to watch later. Lin Feng sneered in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface as he watched Gao Fan's performance. Fire Crow Young Master puffed up a bunch of Xiaoyan and stared closely at Gao Fan's white linen robe, saying, It's a golden elixir period defensive artifact. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, do you think you're the only one with something good? Fire Crow Young Master shouted. Today, I'll let you humans gain some knowledge. With strange cawing sounds, all the Fire Crows left the battle. Even if their opponents took the chance to heavily injure them, they still had to gather around Fire Crow Young Master. Fire Crow formation. Fire Crow Young Master screeched and gave up his human form, turning back into his true form. He turned into a giant fire crow that was as tall as a human and had a wingspan of over 3 meters. Under its lead, the other fire crows followed closely behind it. They formed a huge formation and pounced towards Gao Fan from all directions. Hundreds of fire crows, Sunrise True Fire, connected into one, turning into a boundless sea of fire that endlessly supplied to the leading Fire Crow Young Master. Fire Crow Young Master opened his giant beak and spat out a golden that was as small as a star. But as soon as this little golden dot appeared, an extremely terrifying energy wave spread across the entire area. Only Lin Feng, Gao Fan, and the other Foundation establishment stage cultivators could still maintain normal. The group of Qi Disciple stage cultivators trembled all over, feeling a tremor that came from their souls. It was as if a great disaster was about to befall them. The boundless fire provided by the Fire Crow formation all flowed into the golden dot. With the supply of this fire, the golden dot quickly grew bigger and gave off a blinding light. True Fire of the Sun, one of the 7 great True Fire of the Fire Crow clan's ancestor, the True Fire of the 3-legged golden crow. The golden that the Fire Crow Young Master spat out was a fire seed of True Fire of the Sun. After being nourished by the Fire Crow formation, the fire seed immediately turned into true Fire of the Sun. Although it was just a little bit, just this bit of True Fire of the Sun was enough to burn everyone present to ashes. The blinding golden light was like a small sun. Countless golden flames were burning. These flames weren't the kind that fluttered in the wind. Instead, they were bright, dazzling, and as thin as the tip of a needle and as sharp as an awl. They were like needles. The True Fire of the Sun was the essence of heavenly fire. The The golden flames were formed from billions of light rays, like golden needles. These golden needle-shaped flames were called godly rays of the sun. Any one of them had immense power, let alone when countless rays of godly rays of the sun were gathered together. The fire crow young master laughed strangely. It's your fortune to be able to see the true fire of the sun. Although the true fire of the sun was golden, the human cultivators' faces turned black from the light. The fact that the other party could summon the true fire of the seven great true fire had exceeded their expectations. Lin Feng's expression was calm. He didn't look at the fire crow young master. Instead, he looked at Gao Fan. The power of the true fire of the sun was too domineering. When it landed in front of Gao Fan's flowing wind robe lit up with a green light to block it. But it was useless. Even a golden elixir period defensive artifact couldn't withstand the ferocious power of the true fire of the sun. The flowing wind robe was destroyed by the true fire of the sun, but there was no fear on Gao Fan's face. Instead, she revealed an expression as if she had gotten what she wanted. She was relaxed and proud. You bird demon, you probably haven't heard of the saying, water and fire are incompatible. Gao Fan revealed a proud smile. She seemed extremely satisfied. The fire crow young master was slightly stunned. Suddenly, he sensed something. The mountain rocks beneath him started to shake. The earth quaked as if something was about to surge out from underground. Boom! Amidst the loud sound, a mountain peak split apart. A green stream of water shot out from underground and surged towards the true fire of the sun. Chapter 118. The huge mountain suddenly shook, and a huge crack appeared at the peak. From the crack, a jade-green current shot into the sky, heading straight for the fire crow formation in the sky. Seeing this jade-green current, the fire crow young master was first stunned, then his expression changed, as if he had seen a ghost. Lunar true water. There's actually a vein of lunar true water hidden under the ground here. Lunar true water was one of the 6 great true waters in the world, along with the Yellow Springs true water and the Blood River true water. This water was known as the commander of all waters, and it had the ability to control water. In a situation where there were many of them, it could even control the other 5 types of true waters. Lunar true water was extremely keen and soft, and it was a pair of archenemies with the yang and masculine true fire of the 7 great true fires. Once the two met, the true water and true fire that had already developed their own spirituality would definitely fight. Seeing this, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Gao Fan and thought this fellow already knew that there was a vein of lunar true water nearby. Cunning human. The fire crow young master also reacted at this time, but he could only brace himself to block the lunar true water in front of him. He was a fire elemental demon bird, and the lunar true water was his greatest nemesis. Just a little bit of it would immediately cause him to suffer a fate worse than death. If it wasn't for the protection of the solar true fire, he wouldn't even need to really come in contact with the lunar true water. Just the ripples of spirit energy within it would cause the hundreds of fire crows to go limp and lose the ability to resist. The fire crow young master knew that it was time to fight for his life. He pushed the power of the fire crow formation to the extreme, gathering all the power of the hundreds of fire crows, including himself, into the solar true fire. The solar true fire flickered, and its light became even more dazzling. Facing the aggressive lunar true water, it went against the flow and attacked first. The fire of extreme yang and the water of extreme yin collided with each other. The shiny, golden, and needle-like solar divine rays exploded the moment they came into contact with the lunar true water. They turned into thousands of small golden flowers, entangling the jade-green water and exploding again. Rumble, rumble. Every ray of solar divine ray would cause thousands of explosions. Thousands of rays of solar divine ray exploded continuously. Everyone's faces darkened at the sight of that terrifying power. The jade-green lunar true water did not seem to be able to resist the solar true fire at all. The water was blasted into pieces, riddled with holes. However, a strange scene occurred. The water that exploded did not turn into water droplets that filled the sky and fell to the ground. As soon as the green water droplets dispersed, they immediately gathered again and turned into a condensed stream of water, continuing to fight against the bombardment of the sun divine light. No matter how fierce the solar true fire was, the lunar true water did not disperse. In the blink of an eye, it gathered back together. The lunar true water kept gushing out of the ground like a geyser, and the water grew stronger and stronger. On the contrary, as the sun divine light continued to explode, the sun true flame, which had originally looked like a small sun, became smaller and smaller, and its power became weaker and weaker. The solar true fire and the lunar true water were sworn enemies of each other. There was no difference in the quality between the two, and the quality was the same. What decided the outcome of the battle was the quantity. It was clear that although the Fire Crow young master was continuously providing magic power to the true fire seed, the solar true fire was still not strong enough and could not match the sudden appearance of the lunar true water. Finally, the solar true fire retreated helplessly, and the true fire seed retreated back into the Fire Crow young master's body. The jade-green water that filled the sky rushed towards the Fire Crow formation like a flash flood. The Fire Crows tried their best to activate their flames to resist, but it was useless. The lunar true water quickly extinguished their final struggle, and the mighty flood instantly destroyed the Fire Crow formation. Hundreds of Fire Crows were drowned by the lunar true water, and they wailed as the lunar true water dissolved all their magic power and froze to death. The Fire Crow young master was also drenched by the lunar true water, and his cultivation was crippled. He fell to the ground, but he did not freeze to death just by relying on the last heat from the true fire seed. It stared at Gao Fan with hatred and roared hoarsely, "You racked your brains just to perish together with me? The lunar true water has appeared, and it will not easily retreat. All of you will be devoured by it." When the crowd, who were prepared to celebrate their victory, heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Someone looked at the calm and composed Gao Fan. "Senior Brother Gao, is what this bird demon said true?" Li Chenxi interrupted him and said, "Senior Brother Gao must have already made arrangements. Why are you panicking?" She was about to say something when her expression suddenly changed. That was because the jade-green flood had paused slightly after destroying the Fire Crow formation, before it rapidly surged towards the crowd. Li Chenxi screamed, "Senior Brother Gao!" Gao Fan gave a faint smile. "Don't panic. I already made preparations. I have a way to subdue the lunar true water." When the crowd heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Someone said with a laugh, "Senior Brother Gao is indeed far-sighted and has a well-thought-out plan. These bird demons deserve to die at Senior Brother Gao's hands." That's right, that's right. It was all thanks to Senior Brother Gao's strategy that we were able to destroy the Fire Crow horde. I already said that with Senior Brother Gao's help, we would definitely succeed. When Gao Fan heard the crowd praising him, he could not help but chuckle. "All of you are exaggerating. Actually, it was all thanks to all of you that we succeeded." Li Chenxi said with a smile, "Senior Brother Gao, you are always so humble." Gao Fan shook his head and had a strange expression. "I am not humble at all. Without all of you, I would not have obtained the lunar true water." Yang Qing looked at his strange expression, and for some unknown reason, she felt a sense of unease. Senior brother Gao, Gao Fan looked deeply at the crowd and said with a strange smile, I really have to thank all of you. He suddenly leaped up and flew into the air, heading towards the lunar true water. Gao Fan produced a few spells with his hands. Everyone present trembled as they were astonished to discover that there was a strange power surging within their bodies. Under the effects of this power, even Li Chenxi and the other two Foundation establishment cultivators could not move. Although they could still circulate their magic power, their bodies were extremely weak, their heads felt dizzy, and they were unable to concentrate on controlling their magic power to cast spells. A strange red dot appeared between everyone's eyebrows. A red line shot out from the red dot and flew into the air. The dozens of people present all had a red line fly out from between their eyebrows. The other end of the red line all gathered on Gao Fan's body in the air. Dozens of red lines connected to Gao Fan's body. Gao Fan immediately felt a surging life aura fill his body. He was overjoyed. This common people's great cauldron technique is indeed useful. The abundant life aura was transformed into magic power by Gao Fan. It transformed into a large copper cauldron that shone with red light above his head. The copper cauldron was made of red light, and it was completely transparent. However, there were ancient patterns engraved on its outer walls. However, these patterns exuded an evil and bloody aura. Combine. Gao Fan gave a low shout as his hands changed the spells. The red cauldron above his head slowly descended and merged into Gao Fan's body. In the next moment, the dark green lunar true water rushed onto Gao Fan's body. The lunar true water did not cause any harm to him. Instead, it was constantly being devoured by him and merged into his body. In the end, all of the lunar true water had disappeared. Success. Gao Fan revealed a happy smile. This common people's great cauldron technique is truly amazing. Common people's great cauldron technique was an ancient secret technique. First, a living evil seed would be planted in the target's body. Then, a secret technique would be used to induce these evil seeds, using the evil seeds to extract the target's life force and blood essence. Then, the blood essence would be used to refine a magic cauldron that would fuse with the user's body. It could refine everything in the world in a short period of time. Gao Fan had used this technique to turn himself into a cauldron. He used everyone's blood essence as fuel to temporarily refine the lunar true water. In the future, when he found a place to go into seclusion and completely refine the lunar true water, the powerful power of one of the 6 great true waters would completely belong to him. Thinking of that scene, even someone as scheming as Gao Fan could not help but laugh out loud. Li Chenxi and the rest looked in horror at Gao Fan, who was in midair. They were baffled, and fear rose in their hearts. Senior brother Gao, what is going on? Yang Qing asked with a stutter. What else could it be? Everyone was fooled by him. Lin Feng said calmly. A red line extended from his forehead and connected to Gao Fan. Lin Feng could feel his life force being constantly sucked away by Gao Fan through the red line. However, Lin Feng did not panic. He only looked calmly at Gao Fan. At this moment, he completely understood that Gao Fan's goal from the beginning was the lunar true water. It was unknown how this person learned of the existence of the lunar true water. However, the water vein was hidden underground, making it difficult to find or excavate. Therefore, Gao Fan used the fire crows as bait. He used the fire crow's solar true fire to draw out the lunar true water hidden underground. Then, he used everyone else's fuel to help him use a mystic technique to refine and subdue the lunar true water. Everything, one after another, was all part of Gao Fan's plan. From the very beginning, exterminating the fire crows was only a pretense. Whether it was the fire crows or the human cultivators who surrounded and killed the fire crows, they were all just pawns in his plan to collect the lunar true water. This person really has a good plan. If there are no accidents, then he really will succeed. Lin Feng smiled. But it's a pity that I'm here. Looking up at the red line that extended from his glabella, Lin Feng smiled indifferently. He stretched out his right hand and gently swung it down like he was swinging a knife. Chapter 119. Gao Fan's body was shrouded in red light as he fused with the cauldron formed from the essence blood of the people, absorbing the lunar true water into his body. Yang Qing looked at Gao Fan in disbelief and hissed, "Fire avoidance pills. It's those fire avoidance pills." Gao Fan smiled slightly. "Yang Qing, I have always said that you are not stupid. You are just too cowardly." The fire avoidance pills that had been given to everyone were the living evil seeds that Gao Fan had refined using the cauldron of common life. Through these living evil seeds, Gao Fan had successfully absorbed everyone's essence blood and life force, using them as fuel for the cauldron of common life to help him control the lunar true water. The crowd began to panic. The powerful and amiable senior brother Gao, whom they could rely on daily, had suddenly changed. It left everyone at a loss. "Senior brother Gao, what do you want to do?" Li Chenxi asked with a trembling voice. She had never expected that there would be a day when Gao Fan would become so unfamiliar. Perhaps she had never truly recognized him. Gao Fan smiled. Although he had been in a fierce battle, his clean white linen robe fluttered in the wind. He was still in high spirits and had an indescribable carefree and uninhibited aura. His smile was still so approachable, amiable, and gentle. Gao Fan looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "I have said it before. I am not being humble, but I really want to thank all of you. Without your help, I would not have been able to control the lunar true water." He raised his head and said in admiration, "Lunar true water, one of the 6 great true waters in the world. Such power is truly extraordinary." With this lunar true water, Gao Fan believed that he would definitely become a legend. He was no longer a rookie with potential, no longer a star of tomorrow, but a true proud son of heaven, a powerhouse. Facing the shocked and angry gazes of Li Chenxi and company, Gao Fan shook his head slightly and said with a friendly smile, "I know that you might not understand or accept it, but if you know in the afterlife, you will eventually understand that your sacrifice is meaningful because you have witnessed the beginning of a legend." Yang Qing's face turned green as he clenched and relaxed his fists before clenching them again. Lin Feng glanced at him. "What do you want to do?" Yang Qing bit her lips and lowered her voice. I actually know a type of magic. It's the forbidden magic of my sect, the mountain flood curse. Once the mountain flood incantation is used, one will instantly release all of one's magic power, just like a mountain flood erupting. Yang Qing looked like she was struggling, but using the flood incantation usually causes great harm to the body. Now that I've been hit by Brother Gao, by Gao Fan's demon technique, I don't know if I can still use the flood incantation. Lin Feng shook his head and said with a smile, "This kind of magic that explodes one's potential usually injures oneself first before injuring the enemy. With your current physical condition, I'm afraid you'll die from the backlash before you can cast the magic." Yang Qing's face paled. Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, there's no need for that." Gao Fan looked at Lin Feng and said, "I'm guessing that Gao Long died at your hands? At the very least, his death is related to you?" Lin Feng's expression was calm as he smiled. "You want to avenge him?" "Of course." Gao Fan smiled. "Of course not." He shook his head. That rash and arrogant idiot. He relied on his master's favor. Other than causing trouble, what else can he do? I have to deal with the aftermath for him every time. I really want to thank you for killing him. It saved me a lot of trouble. Yang Qing, Li Chenxi, and the rest felt a chill. They could hear the meaning behind Gao Fan's words. If Gao Long did not die previously, he would have died at Gao Fan's hands sooner or later. This person was actually ruthless to such an extent. The common people's furnace art was an evil cultivation technique. It refined the blood of the common people and was extremely vicious. If Gao Fan secretly cultivated it and people found out, it would definitely cause public outrage. Everyone present knew his secret. No matter what, Gao Fan had to silence them. Gao Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't let anyone feel pain." Even at this time, Gao Fan was still elegant. His voice was gentle and made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. "You should take care of yourself first." Lin Feng smiled in his heart. He did not say anything. First, he used the Heaven Cage sigil to seal the evil spirit that was causing trouble in his body. He instantly cut off Gao Fan's common people's furnace art from extracting blood from his body. Following that, Lin Feng extended his right hand. Like he was waving a knife, he gently waved it downwards as if he was cutting something. Gao Fan, who was in midair, suddenly trembled. He looked down in shock and saw a scene that left him dumbfounded. It was as if there was an invisible barrier that suddenly cut off the red threads that connected everyone to Gao Fan. The barrier was formless, and there was nothing in the air. However, there were dozens of red threads that had been cut off and no longer existed. Who did this? Gao Fan stared with his eyes wide open. He could no longer maintain his calm expression. His first reaction was to immediately kill the other party and eliminate all distractions. But very quickly, he discovered something that made him even more frightened. The common people's furnace, which had lost a portion of its blood supply, was greatly weakened. It was actually unable to suppress the lunar true water in the furnace. The lunar true water started to cause trouble in Gao Fan's body, wanting to break out of the seal. Gao Fan was shocked. He hurriedly activated the common people's furnace art. However, he did not have enough blood. The common people's furnace had already started to shake, and some places had become weak. The lunar true water was full of spirituality. It charged towards the weak areas of the common people's furnace. Lin Feng looked at the dozens of red threads that were still connected to Gao Fan's body. He frowned. The new spell is still not perfect. It has only cut off a quarter of the red threads. Wait, what's with this guy's expression? Lin Feng looked at Gao Fan in shock. He saw that the handsome senior brother Gao was frowning. His face was red, and he was sweating profusely. What demeanor, what bearing, it was all thrown away. The veins on his forehead were bulging. This guy, why does he look like he's constipated? Lin Feng's eyes spun. He was slightly surprised. If Gao Fan knew what Lin Feng was thinking, he would definitely spit out 3 liters of blood. How was he constipated? On the contrary, he was bitterly enduring the impact of the lunar true water on his body. It was a coincidence. The red threads that were cut off by Lin Feng were all connected to the bottom of the common people's furnace. Now that it had lost the blood supply from the red threads, the bottom of the furnace became thinner and thinner. It became the breakthrough point for the lunar true water. Gao Fan's body merged with the common people's furnace. The furnace cover was his head, and the furnace body was his torso. The bottom of the furnace wasn't Gao Fan's feet. His 4 limbs were the 4 legs of the furnace. The bottom of the furnace body was his, the place between his buttocks. Gao Fan tried his best to use the blood provided by the other red threads to repair the weak bottom of the furnace. However, the common people's furnace art had its own rules. Wherever the red threads were connected to, the blood would only be supplied there. No. No, Gao Fan had never been as terrified as he was now. He also never hated this rule of the common people's furnace art as much as he did now. He used all the magic power in his body to repair the bottom of the furnace. However, the common people's furnace art had its own system. It wasn't something that Gao Fan's magic power could replace. Boom! The lunar true water spun in Gao Fan's body. Once again, it gathered all its power and attacked the bottom of the furnace. No! Gao Fan, who was in midair, let out a heart-wrenching scream. It was so shrill that it was hard to believe that it came from a human. Everyone present was stunned. They stared at Gao Fan in midair. They saw his buttocks suddenly explode. Blood sprayed all over the sky. His scream was incomparably tragic. After the scream, Gao Fan's voice suddenly stopped. It was as if someone had cut it with a pair of scissors. Only a small portion of his voice was left trembling in the air. It wasn't that Gao Fan wasn't in pain. On the contrary, what he felt was the greatest pain he had ever felt in his life. It was so painful that he could only suck in cold air. He couldn't make a sound. Gao Fan couldn't control his body anymore. He fell from midair like a broken sack. He landed heavily on the ground and raised a cloud of dust. The dust and blood stuck together. Gao Fan was no longer as handsome as before. He lay on the ground and couldn't stop twitching. Looking at his pitiful state, everyone present could only feel their buttocks tighten. The center of their buttocks was burning with pain. Lin Feng also looked at the scene in front of him with his mouth agape. Damn, it hurts just looking at it. He swore to the heavens and the earth that Lin Feng really just wanted to destroy Gao Fan's common people's furnace. I really didn't do it on purpose. Chapter 120. Gao Fan's chrysanthemum exploded, turning into a sunflower. Fresh blood splattered in the air. A streak of green light rushed out, but it turned into a green rain of light, gently falling on everyone's bodies. So disgusting. Lin Feng curled his lips and avoided the green light. However, after the green light landed on the others, it quickly disappeared. Lin Feng's heart moved, even though it broke through the furnace of people's lives. Gao Fan's refinement still had a certain effect in the end. That enormous amount of lunar true water was condensed into a smaller amount of essence. The lunar true water was rich in spirituality. After breaking through the common people's furnace technique, it chose to enter the human body to recuperate. Most of the green light was just a smokescreen. Only this green light was the true essence of the true water. I just don't know who is the lucky one. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the crowd as he pondered. Unfortunately, the lunar true water had already entered a dormant state. Even if a large amount of true fire of the sun appeared in front of it, it would not move. I'm going to sleep. I can't be bothered with you. Who cares who you are? This was the current state of the lunar true water. Gao Fan clearly realized this. Although he was lying on the ground in pain, he still tried to raise his head. His wolf-like eyes shone with a green light as he stared at the crowd. Only then did the others come back to their senses. They looked at each other and instantly cheered. This is great. This Gao Fan is being devoured by his own demonic technique. He overestimated himself. He forcefully used a technique that he couldn't control. This is the result. You still dare to stare at us so viciously. I will dig out your eyes. Those who are unjust are doomed to die. Gao Fan, do you understand now? Beat him to death. What difference is there between his actions and those of a demon? Before the common people's furnace technique could be completed, it was interrupted by Lin Feng, causing the entire furnace to explode. The life form's essence blood that it absorbed was automatically returned to the original owner. The people who had just recovered from the shock gradually recovered their spirit and strength. Immediately, they became enraged. Yang Qing looked at the restless crowd in front of her and didn't know what to do. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. A bunch of ignorant people who haven't figured out their situation yet. Yang Qing looked back at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You're here." As soon as his voice fell, 3 powerful magic power fluctuations appeared nearby. "Gao Fan, why are you in such a sorry state?" A voice suddenly rang out, like a roaring gale, whistling through the air, instantly suppressing the clamor of the crowd. Lin Feng looked into the distance and saw a young cultivator in green robes appear on the mountain ridge. There was a frivolous smile on his face as he looked down at Gao Fan, who was lying on the ground, gloating. Gao Fan's body trembled, but she didn't speak. "My good senior brother, how did you end up in this situation?" "Ha ha ha ha." On another mountain peak, a fatty in the same green robes looked at Gao Fan and laughed. On a mountain peak opposite him, there was a skinny cultivator in green robes. He also looked at Gao Fan and laughed. "Gao Fan, why didn't I know that you liked this before? But that person of yours is too rough. He even played with blood. Ha ha." The 3 people formed a triangular formation, standing on 3 mountain peaks, faintly surrounding the crowd. They were all gloating and making fun of Gao Fan. But the others couldn't laugh, because these 3 cultivators in green robes were the direct disciples of the Wind God sect, Gao Fan's senior and junior brothers. More importantly, these 3 people were the same as Gao Fan, Middle Stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Gao Fan gritted her teeth and squeezed out 3 names from her mouth. Qin Tao, Lu Sudong, Li Xiang. Fatty Qin Tao smiled and said, "Gao Fan, I rarely admire people among my senior and junior brothers. But facing you now, I have to say that I admire you. Not only did you master the ancient secret method, you even almost subdued the lunar true water. You are really scheming and have good methods." Gao Fan's heart sank to the bottom. He had not been on good terms with Qin Tao and the other 2 for a long time. Originally, none of them was his opponent in a one-on-one fight. When the 3 of them attacked, he could barely escape with the flowing wind robe, a magic tool of the golden elixir period. But now that he was seriously injured, he couldn't even use 10% of his strength. Facing these 3 people, he was like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Although the wound on his but almost made him faint, Gao Fan still forced himself to stay awake and quickly calculated the pros and cons. "What do you want?" Gao Fan asked with difficulty. Qin Tao and the other 2 looked at each other and laughed. Lu Sudong, who was as skinny as a bamboo pole, smiled and said, "Don't play dumb. Gao Fan, you know what we want? If your mind is blurred from the pain, I can help you to wake up." After a moment of silence, Gao Fan said in a low voice, "Okay, I will tell you the location of the Kuan Peng's treasure, but it will be at least a few years before it opens. Otherwise, even the Yuanying's stage-old ancestor can't open the outer restriction." Lin Feng, who was sitting on the ground, heard this, and his ears moved slightly. The Kuan Peng was a legendary immemorial divine beast on the same level as the Taotai dragon and phoenix. It could transform into a fish or a bird. When it transformed into a fish, it was equivalent to a continent in the sea. When it transformed into a bird, it could travel 90,000 miles with a flap of its wings. The treasure left by the Kuan Peng, even if it was not a pure-blooded Kuan Peng, but a mixed-blood descendant, it was still quite amazing. Lu Sudong's thin face puffed up, and he said with a smile, "We already know this. Otherwise, why would you wait until now? You would have gone treasure hunting long ago." Li Xiang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke like a howling gale. "Just this thing is not enough to exchange for your life." Gao Fan's expression was gloomy as she let out a long breath. She slowly said, The lunar true water is still here. It has not returned underground. With that said, Qin Tao, Li Xiang, and Lu Sudong's eyes lit up. Gao Fan raised her finger with difficulty and pointed at Lin Feng and company. The essence of the true water is hidden in these people's bodies, secretly recuperating. However, I am not sure who it is, so you will have to find it yourselves. Fatty Qin Tao laughed loudly as the fat on his cheeks trembled. That's simple. Just kill them all. Li Chenxi and company were immediately in an uproar. Fight it out with them. Li Chenxi shouted. The other two early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators looked at each other and nodded. They led the charge at Li Xiang and company. At this moment, rather than waiting for death, it was better to risk their lives to break out of the encirclement. The group of cultivators followed closely behind their three Foundation establishment companions. They charged together, hoping to fight for a way out. Yang Qing opened his mouth, but he finally swallowed the words he wanted to say. He wanted to charge with the group, but he realized that his legs were like lead. Lin Feng remained sitting in his original spot, motionless. He looked at Yang Qing and said with a smile, "At this moment, even if we fight, we might not die. If we don't fight, we will die. What is there to be afraid of?" Yang Qing squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Two cowards. Are you just sitting there waiting for death? Li Chenxi turned her head and glared angrily at them as she cursed. Lin Feng had a composed expression as he smiled and pointed ahead. We are about to collide. Oh, Li Chenxi was stunned as she hurriedly turned her head. She saw a gigantic wind wall blocking in front of her. She had nearly collided with it. This wind wall was different from the past. It was made of countless sharp wind blades. They were densely stacked together, forming a daunting barrier of death. Countless wind blades intertwined, forming a gigantic wall that could both attack and defend. It blocked in front of Li Chenxi and company. Wind God Sect Mystic Technique, Thousand-Edge Wind Scale Wall. Li Xiang had his hands behind his back as he looked proudly at Li Chenxi and company. I'll give you a chance to attack. Li Chenxi was enraged. Let's see how much you are worth. With a gesture of her slender finger, a bright sword beam streaked across the air and slashed at Li Xiang's thousand-feather wind scale wall. The thousands of wind blades that formed the thousand-feather wind scale wall rapidly circulated. They streaked across Li Chenxi's flying sword like a torrential storm, emitting ear-piercing scraping sounds. Li Chenxi's face turned pale. Her flying sword was damaged, so she felt immense pressure as her mind was connected to it. Fatty Qin Tao chuckled. Li Xiang, your thousand-feather wind scale wall spell is becoming more and more pure. His smile gradually turned cold as he looked at Lu Sudong. Let's attack as well. If not, we will lose to Li Xiang. That's exactly what I was thinking. Lu Sudong's thin hands came together in front of his chest as he formed a seal. Chapter 121. Lu Sudong put his hands together and made a hand seal. In an instant, a strong wind blew and sand and rocks flew, covering the sky. Exclamations came from the crowd. Wind God Sect's flowing wind, flying sand spell. Other than Li Chenxi, the other two early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators looked at each other, and one of them shouted, "Watch me break you." With a loud shout, this person's magic power surged, and his entire body seemed to grow taller by half. The muscles that were exposed outside his clothes pulsed violently, filled with explosive power. He was a cultivator who cultivated in the martial arts of the physical body. He charged into the range of Lu Sudong's flowing wind, flying sand spell, and immediately his vision turned black and yellow. The strong wind and sand constantly hit his body. My fleshly body is strong enough to withstand his spells and charge through the sandstorm. Once I get close, even if he's in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, he won't be able to withstand my iron fist. The cultivator made up his mind and charged straight ahead. However, he soon felt that something was wrong. He had already charged at least a few hundred meters, but he still had not passed through the sandstorm. Next, he discovered a horrifying fact. No matter which direction he went, no matter how far he went in the same direction, he was still within the range of the sandstorm. No matter how he walked, he could not get out. And yet, the power of the sandstorm was getting stronger and stronger. After a long period of attack, his body could not hold on any longer. Outside, Lu Sudong laughed loudly. My flowing wind-flying sandspell is not known for its offensive power, but once you enter my sandstorm, you can forget about leaving it alive. The other cultivators that did not step into the sandstorm turned pale. Another early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator in the group shouted, "Don't be too proud. As long as I don't enter your sandstorm, you can't do anything to me." He made a hand seal and injected all his magic power into the ground under his feet. The ground in front of this cultivator immediately cracked inch by inch. Amidst the rumbling, soil and rocks were flipped up as if there was an earthquake. Under everyone's gazes, a stone giant that was nearly 10 meters tall rose from the ground in front of him. It had broad shoulders and a round waist, and its body was thick and strong. The stone giant let out a soundless roar. Although there was no sound, the powerful magic power shook the souls of the Qi refinement cultivators. With a silent roar, the stone giant madly rushed towards Lu Sudong. The earth and rocks on its body tilted, and every step it took left a deep pit. Lu Sudong was tall and skinny, but in front of this 10-meter-tall behemoth, he looked like a tiny dot. However, Lu Sudong did not care about the earthen giant. He snorted disdainfully, but before he could speak, Qin Tao beat him to it and said with a smile, "This should be mine." As he spoke, a black hurricane appeared in front of him and revolved around Qin Tao. The flesh on Qin Tao's face trembled as he sneered, "My spiraling gale isn't as complicated as Li Xiang and Lu Sudong. I'll give you a quick one." The black hurricane was like a black dragon, roaring as it pounced towards the stone giant. As it flew, the black hurricane twisted violently, spiraling forward. At the very top, an unstoppable and terrifying power appeared. Qin Tao's spiraling earth-piercing wind spell was like a drill that smashed into the earth giant's body. It kept spinning and drilled into the earth giant like a hot knife through butter. The earth giant was immediately smashed into pieces. The 10-meter-tall stone giant collapsed, turning into rubble and dirt. The early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator controlling the stone giant let out a tragic cry. He felt a splitting headache as he knelt on the ground. Although the spiraling earth-piercing wind did not directly attack him, it immediately dispersed the magic power that he had infused into the stone giant, breaking his spell. Magic power was born from the soul, so it immediately injured his soul. The cultivators on Yang Qing's and Li Chenxi's side all had ashen faces. Be it their cultivation realm or the power of their spells, they were completely defeated by the other side. Fear surfaced on Li Chenxi's face as she gritted her teeth and took out a small black ball from her storage bag. She threw it at Li Xiang's 1,000-feather wind scale wall. Yang Qing's eyes lit up. Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt was a one-time consumable type of magic item. It could only be used once, and after it was used, it would produce rolling lightning to attack the enemy. However, such a consumable type of magic item had an astonishing offensive power. Li Chenxi's Thunderbolt had a power that matched a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator's attack. It was one of her treasures, and unless the situation was dire, Li Chenxi would never use it. The others also felt a sense of hope. As long as they could break through Li Xiang's 1,000-feather wind scale wall, they would tear an opening in the encirclement, giving them a chance to escape. When the thunderbolt landed on the 1,000-feather wind scale wall, lightning exploded. The rolling lightning constantly struck the 1,000-feather wind scale wall, causing it to tremble. However, before Li Chenxi and company could reveal a smile, a scene that made them despair happened. Li Xiang sneered as he changed his hand seals. The thousands of wind blades that formed the 1,000-feather wind scale wall exploded at that moment. The wind blades danced in the sky, tearing the thunderbolt's lightning to pieces. The 1,000-feather wind scale wall was only used for defense, but at that moment, it suddenly changed from defense to offense, revealing its true fangs. The overwhelming wind blades filled everyone's field of vision, turning into a storm of death that came crashing down on everyone's faces. Li Chenxi was the first to bear the brunt of it. Countless bloody wounds appeared on her body as she fell to the ground. The other cultivators were bitterly resisting the indiscriminate bombardment of the thousands of wind blades. Those with lower cultivation levels were sliced into pieces by the wind blades. It was an extremely tragic sight. After withstanding the storm with great difficulty, everyone present was in a sorry state. They were covered in injuries. At this moment, Lu Sudong laughed loudly. A figure was thrown out of the sandstorm caused by the flowing wind, flying sand technique. It was the adept that had barged into the sandstorm. Although he was not dead, his body was riddled with holes from the sand and strong winds. It was a tragic sight. The three strongest foundation establishment cultivators on their side were all seriously injured and had completely lost the ability to resist. Everyone's hearts were shrouded in a dark cloud of despair. Someone hissed, "This is the northern foothills of Kunlun Mountain. Your wind god sect came here to commit a massacre. Do you think that none of the sects in the northern foothills will stand up to uphold justice?" Qin Tao and company looked at each other before bursting into laughter at the same time. "Justice?" Qin Tao raised his hands and said with a sinister smile, "Do you think any of you here can live to send the news out? If you want justice, fine, I will give it to you. My fists, my magical powers, are justice." After saying that, Qin Tao clasped his hands together, and another pitch-black tornado coiled around him. If magical power and supernatural powers are justice, then your justice is far from enough. At this moment, a calm and indifferent voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Qin Tao's laughter. Qin Tao's eyes flashed fiercely. Li Xiang and Lu Sudong also looked coldly at the source of the voice, including the seriously injured Li Chenxi, and even the dispirited Gao Fan and Fire Crow young master. Everyone's eyes were staring blankly at the young man sitting cross-legged under the tree. Lin Feng's expression was calm. Silently, he sat there without any intention of getting up. Qin Tao took a deep breath. His fat face was expressionless. "Oh, then tell me, what's considered enough?" Lin Feng gave a leisurely smile. "For example, someone like me." Li Chenxi shouted, "You rascal, why are you trying to be a hero at this time? Do you think you are not dying fast enough?" Everyone reacted at this moment and looked at Lin Feng as though he was a madman. When we were fighting Fire Crow, he was hiding at the back. Why did he suddenly appear now? Even if you want to be a hero, you shouldn't be doing it like this. He is just courting death. Shoo, lower your voice. Isn't it good that he is attracting attention for us? Maybe the three criminals will be careless and we will have a chance to escape. That's right, that's right. This way, he can at least make some contribution. Ignoring the discussions of the crowd, Lin Feng maintained a calm and peaceful expression. Silently, he sat cross-legged in his original spot. Qin Tao sneered. "What nonsense! I'm here to test your capabilities. Let's see what qualifications you have to act mysterious here." Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something. With a faint smile, he decided to shut his mouth. Not only did he not speak, Lin Feng even closed his eyes. He sat there with his eyes closed to rest. There was an uproar. What the hell is he doing? Is he closing his eyes to wait for death? Chapter 122. Lin Feng suddenly felt something. He smiled and did not speak anymore. What was even more exaggerated was that he even closed his eyes and sat there to rest. His action immediately caused the already anxious Li Chenxi and the others to explode. I thought he had some ability, so he just said a few harsh words and wanted to die quickly. So unlucky, it gave me some hope for nothing. You are too stupid to have hope for such a person. Yang Qing moved to Lin Feng's side and whispered, "What is going on?" The corner of Lin Feng's mouth revealed a hint of a smile, casually saying, "Relax, just watch." Qin Tao stared at Lin Feng and said with a sneer, "My mana and magical powers are not enough. I will let you have a good look today." "Who do you want to have a good look?" A voice suddenly came from afar and asked with a smile. When the voice first came, it was still very far away, but before the voice died away, it was already in front of them. Qin Tao, Li Xiang, and Lu Sudong's expressions changed at the same time. They saw a youth dressed in black appear on a mountain in the distance. He had a grass stem in his mouth, and his hands were behind his head. He was looking at them with a smile. "Master said that we don't need to be polite." Another clear voice sounded. A youth dressed in a green robe stood on another mountain. He had a long sword at his waist, and he was tall and straight. He exuded an upright and righteous aura. On the mountain opposite him, there was a delicate little boy who was only 5 or 6 years old. He smiled and said, "How about we each take one? Third senior brother, hold the line for us." The little boy was at least a few hundred meters away from Qin Tao and the others, but his crisp, childish voice clearly traveled into everyone's ears. The waves of mana contained in his voice caused everyone's hair to stand on end. "He's actually a foundation establishment cultivator at such a young age. Are you kidding me?" The three of them stood in the east, west, and north. At this moment, a man and a beast appeared on the southern mountain. The demonic beast was huge. It had a body like a deer and a head like a sparrow. It had horns and a snake tail. Qin Tao and the others were stunned. Fei Lian. On the back of the Fei Lian beast sat a skinny young man with a determined look on his face. It was Wang Lin. Hearing Xiao Budian's words, Wang Lin smiled slightly. "Let's wait and see." Spitting out the stalk in his mouth, Xiao Yan stared at Qin Tao and smiled. "Fatty, you're very arrogant, aren't you?" Qin Tao's gaze swept across Xiao Yan's group, and he sneered. "3 little brats in the early stage of foundation establishment. You dare to act rashly in front of me?" Upon hearing that Xiao Yan and company were only at the early stage foundation establishment realm, Li Chenxi and company, who had some hope in their hearts, fell into disappointment once again. It was 3 against 3, but in the end, the 3 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators were all defeated by the other party. Right now, Xiao Yan and the others were only at the early stage of foundation establishment, which made it hard for them to be confident. Someone couldn't help but complain. Just now, there was a madman bragging, and now there are a few brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They're all here to die. Qin Tao stared at Xiao Yan and the others with a murderous glint in his eyes. Spiraling earth-piercing wind. With a loud shout from Qin Tao, a black tornado rose into the air and spun constantly. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to make a move, Xiao Budian jumped down the mountain and pounced at Qin Tao. He said with a smile, "Eldest senior brother, leave this fatty to me." "You." Xiao Yan shook his head and laughed. He looked at Zhu Yi, second junior brother. "Let's do it too." Zhu Yi smiled slightly. "These ferocious and stubborn people should die here." He unsheathed the sword at his waist and flew down the mountain. Lu Sudong snorted coldly. "Little bastard, you don't know the meaning of death." His skinny cheeks puffed up as he put his palms together and formed a hand seal. Immediately, his magic power began to circulate rapidly, setting off a boundless gale that blew sand and stones into the sky. He wanted to engulf Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's expression was calm as he stared at the sandstorm created by Lu Sudong's flowing wind, flying sand technique. He nodded and said, "So it's an illusion technique. It confuses people's minds and causes them to lose their sense of direction. Then, their strength will be constantly depleted, and they can only wait for death. Unfortunately, this illusion array of yours is only a small trick. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon?" Zhu Yi held the long sword behind his back with his right hand and formed a seal with his left hand. "Dark mandala array, open." Lu Sudong didn't have time to do anything else. Black light soared into the sky and enveloped him within the 100-meter radius of the ground. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was a black light that suddenly rose from the ground and formed a hemispherical light screen. It covered the ground and swallowed Zhu Yi, Lu Sudong, and the sandstorm created by the flowing wind, flying sand technique. As soon as Lu Sudong was shrouded by the black light, he immediately felt that his perception of the outside world was completely deprived. In his panic, Lu Sudong could only summon the sandstorm and wrap it around him, hoping that it could protect him. In the dark mandala array, as the caster, Zhu Yi's perception was not affected at all. Seeing Lu Sudong summon the sandstorm to protect himself, Zhu Yi did not care. His right hand slashed out twice. One was the lake sword truth, and the other was the wind sword truth. With the wind above the swamp, it formed a trigram of wind above and swamp below. With the wind above the swamp, it was the fortune divination. A handsome bird came out of its cage and easily escaped. The sharp sword chi tore through Lu Sudong's sandstorm defense and pierced through his body. The darkness dissipated, and Lu Sudong let out a scream as he slumped to the ground. Zhu Yi gently flicked the blade of his sword, producing a clear hum. With a flip of his hand, he sheathed his sword. He had an extremely elegant demeanor. Li Chenxi and company stared with widened eyes. Seeing this shocking scene, they were completely speechless. And on the other side, Xiao Budian giggled against Qin Tao's spiraling earth-piercing wind. His two white hands were raised into the air. His left hand howled like a gale, while his right hand roared like lightning. Xiao Budian's palms came together and released infinite wind and lightning. The wind and lightning were born, and they mutually supported each other. In a blink of an eye, it expanded to a soul-stirring extent. Qin Tao's spiraling earth-piercing wind was immediately devoured by the fused lightning as it struggled incessantly. Xiao Budian chuckled and casually sent out another bolt of lightning that merged with the infinite wind and lightning. The wind and lightning reached equilibrium once again, and just like that, it devoured Qin Tao's spiraling earth-piercing wind. Qin Tao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His throat felt like someone had stuffed an entire egg. He gurgled, but he could not say a complete sentence. As for Xiao Budian's infinite wind and lightning, it was as if it had eaten a great tonic. Its momentum became even more terrifying as it roared towards Qin Tao. Qin Tao's massive body was sent flying by the infinite wind and lightning. He flew out like a kite with a broken string and slammed heavily into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Li Xiong stared dumbfoundedly at his two fellow disciples. In a blink of an eye, they had been beaten like dead dogs. He turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan. The black-clothed youth chuckled and said, "It's our turn." As he said that, his right hand formed a strange fist seal, and he smashed it at Li Xiong's head. Li Xiong roared angrily as millions of wind blades gathered in front of him, forming a 1,000-feather wind scale wall. At that moment, he no longer wished to defeat his enemy. He only hoped that his spell could block Xiao Yan's attack. He believed that he could do it, The 1,000-feather wind scale wall that completely gave up on attacking had an astounding defense. It can't be broken. Lichenzi covered her mouth. Her thunderbolt could not break the 1,000-feather wind scale wall. So how could the black-clothed youth do it with his body of flesh and blood? Against Li Xiang's stubborn defense, Xiao Yan chuckled. He did not have any intention of changing his attack as he punched out. The shock waves of collapse and collapse were unleashed in layers. Li Xiang's defense, which he believed to be impregnable, suddenly crumbled like paper. Thousands of wind blades only had one word in front of Xiao Yan's 8 trigrams collapse. Shatter. Constantly shattering. All of them shattered. Not a single one was left. Li Xiang stared dumbfoundedly at Xiao Yan's iron fist approaching from afar. It became bigger and bigger until it filled his entire vision. One punch was enough to split his face in two. Lu Sudong, Qin Tao, Li Xiang. The 3 Wind God Sect core disciples, mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, were completely defeated in front of Xiao Yan and company. Lichenzi and company were completely petrified. They felt like their brains were insufficient to comprehend the situation. Lin Feng, who had been sitting calmly and leisurely like he was watching a show, finally stood up from the ground and chuckled. This is what's called fair. His expression changed slightly as a strange smile appeared on his face. Oh, you are quite tenacious. Gao Fan, who had been sprawled on the ground with her buttocks mangled like a dead dog, suddenly struggled to fly up. She charged towards the southern mountain peak, where Wang Lin was. Chapter 123. Gao Fan, whose chrysanthemum had exploded into a sunflower and was twitching on the ground like a dead dog, suddenly struggled to get up and rushed towards Wang Lin. Gao Fan's face was contorted in pain, and his eyes were bloodshot. He no longer had the demeanor of a senior brother Gao. Despite the pain, Gao Fan still remained calm. He accurately targeted the weakest of the 4, Wang Lin, as his breakthrough point. Yang Qing was shocked. Watch out! Gao Fan was heavily injured, but he was still a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Wang Lin's cultivation was no higher than Qi refinement stage 5. How could he be Gao Fan's opponent? Gao Fan was obviously thinking the same thing. As she charged at Wang Lin, she yelled, "Fei Lian, help me!" He had already recognized the Fei Lian that Wang Lin was riding on as the spirit beast that his cousin Gao Long had obtained from the Wind God Sect. Gao Fan usually didn't think much of the Fei Lian. If it dared to block his way, he would just kill it. However, he was heavily injured and couldn't use even half of his strength. He could only hope that the Fei Lian would fight against Wang Lin and help him. Hearing this, Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He lowered his head and glanced at Fei Lian. The Fei Lian heard Gao Fan's shout, but it didn't even look at him. It secretly glanced at Lin Feng, who was standing in the valley with his hands behind his back. Lin Feng looked at the Fei Lian with a smile, and the Fei Lian couldn't help but shiver. Fei Lian turned around and glanced at Gao Fan with a very human-like expression on his face. Everyone could see that the Fei Lian's expression meant only one thing: disdain. Do you think I'm stupid? I'll help you. If I help you, I'll be dead. The Fei Lian looked at Gao Fan with disdain. It then shrunk its neck and secretly glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very satisfied with its reaction. He smiled and nodded. The Fei Lian was elated. Gao Fan also saw the change in the Fei Lian's expression. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. How could a genius like him be looked down upon by a beast? Bastard! Gao Fan was fuming. He didn't care about his injuries and forcefully channeled his mana. Tornado slash! Under the surge of magic power, Gao Fan's chrysanthemum exploded once again. Fresh blood spurted out, causing Gao Fan to howl in pain. However, he still managed to complete the spell with all his might. 2 tornadoes flew towards Wang Lin and Fei Lian. The tornadoes clashed against each other, forming a huge wind blade that slashed towards Wang Lin. Under the heavy injuries, the power of Gao Fan's tornado chop was already very weak. It was far from being comparable to the time when he fought with young Master Firecrow, but the power was still not something that Wang Lin, who was at the Qi refinement stage, could withstand. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. With his current cultivation, he could only use the underworld finger once. If he used the reincarnation finger, he might be able to block Gao Fan's tornado slash, but he wouldn't be able to counterattack. Wang Lin patted the Fei Lian's head and chuckled. "It's time for you to show off. Master has seen everything you've done." Among the Marshall brothers, Wang Lin's current level is relatively low. Back then, when Lin Feng bestowed Fei Lian to him, it was with the intention of protecting him. The Fei Lian's body trembled. Then it regained its spirit and let out a long howl. 2 tornadoes appeared in front of Fei Lian, and as they ground against each other, they transformed into a huge wind blade that was over 100 feet tall. This wind beast had also used the tornado slash spell, which came from the same source as Gao Fan. It was exactly the same as Gao Fan. However, its tornado slash was much more powerful than the one that could seriously injure Gao Fan. Gao Fan's eyes widened in anger. The wind blade he created was shattered by the Fei Lian's wind blade. "You bastard who betrayed your master. One day, I'll skin you alive." Gao Fan was so angry that he started cursing, but halfway through, his voice suddenly got stuck. Wang Lin, who was on the Fei Lian's back, looked at him coldly and emotionlessly. Wang Lin stretched out his right hand and pointed at Gao Fan. Myriad Heaven Underworld Finger, Silent Destruction. Without warning, the black gas lingering in the dead zone shot up from under Gao Fan's feet and enveloped him. Gao Fan's golden elixir period magic tool, the flowing wind robe, was damaged by the sun's real fire. It couldn't provide any protection for him. The endless death or a crazily attacked Gao Fan's heavily injured body. Gao Fan's face was ashen and covered in a thick layer of death. He could only use his magic power to resist and struggle. Heavily injured, he didn't have any energy left to break out of the dead zone. Yang Qing, Li Chenxi, and the rest looked at this scene dumbfounded. They felt that what happened in front of them had completely overturned their understanding. Wang Lin's silent destruction finger was sudden and strangely domineering. It made everyone shudder. They asked themselves, if this finger was directed at me, would I be able to block it? Upon thinking of this, most people felt a chill run down their spines. They did not dare to think further. However, they quickly cheered up. They looked at Xiao Yan and company with beaming eyes. Almost in a hopeless situation of certain death, a savior suddenly appeared, turning the tide and helping them escape with their lives. This kind of great ups and downs made everyone's mind tremble. Looking at Xiao Yan and the others, they were extremely excited. Domineering. This is what you call domineering. A male cultivator looked at Xiao Yan with envy. He did not even look at such a powerful 1,000-feather wind scale wall. He shattered it with one punch. It's just too domineering. Li Chenxi's eyes lit up. The power of one punch is stronger than lightning. It's really powerful. The other female cultivators looked at Zhu Yi with infatuation. It's too cool. He easily destroyed the other party's flowing wind flying sand technique. There was not a hint of smoke or fire. It's just too cool. Gao Fan can't compare either. A female cultivator could not help but say. She immediately incurred the disdain of her companions. How can Gao Fan compare to this senior brother? More people placed their attention on the tiny guy. It's too terrifying. Is this little guy really human? He's only 5 or 6 years old, but he already has the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. Could he be the cub of an ancient, ferocious beast? He has such a high cultivation level at such a young age. How impressive will he be when he grows up? Limitless. This is what it means to have a limitless future. What genius, what monster. They are all trash in front of this little guy. Shoot softer. Don't let the little guy shout. Randomly. If he hears you, do you want to die? The person who spoke in front hurriedly covered his mouth. However, he could not help but praise. He's really too strong. He looked at Wang Lin, who was on the Fei Lian beast. That person is not simple either. Although he is only at the Qi refinement realm, he was able to suppress Gao Fan in one move. Even if Gao Fan is seriously injured, he is not someone a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement can deal with. Someone suddenly exclaimed. They address each other as senior and junior brothers. Could they have been taught by the same master? When Li Chenxi heard this, she thought carefully and said with certainty, it can't be wrong. Their dermic powers and auras are extremely similar. They should be cultivating in the same dermic technique. She looked towards Xiao Yan's group of 4, her pretty face full of praise. Just what kind of expert is it to be able to teach these 4 disciples? Don't be fooled by their low cultivation levels. The strongest is only at the early foundation establishment realm. But if they continue to develop at this rate, their futures will be limitless. Everyone nodded. Yes, yes. When Lin Feng heard this, he could not help but reveal a smile. Yang Qing's gaze moved between Lin Feng and Xiao Yan. She connected it with what Lin Feng had said before and vaguely thought of something. She immediately turned pale with fright. She looked at Lin Feng in shock and was speechless. Li Chenxi also noticed Lin Feng's smile. She snorted coldly. What are you laughing at? You don't seem to care? You don't have any ability, yet you like to brag. If not for these 4 senior brothers, you would already be a dead man. Lin Feng said indifferently, that might not be the case. The people around him immediately objected. He's still being so stubborn. He should have suffered a little. As they spoke, the crowd gradually quietened down. This was because they realized that Xiao Yan and company were walking over. Li Chenxi hurriedly tidied her dress and went forward with her best appearance and bearing. Thank you 4 senior brothers for saving my life. I wonder what your names are and where your masters are. Halfway through her sentence, Li Chenxi could not continue. Her gaze gradually turned dull, and her eyeballs stopped moving. She stared straight at Xiao Yan and company. What did she see? She saw Xiao Yan and company, who had just displayed their prowess and saved everyone, come in front of Lin Feng. Disciples greet master. The 4 people arrived in front of Lin Feng, kneeling down in front of Lin Feng together like they were pushing mountains and jade pillars. Even the Fei Lian beast followed behind. Its 2 front hooves were raised as it prostrated at Lin Feng. Lin Feng faintly smiled. You guys let master watch a good show. Your performance is not bad. All of you get up. Li Chenxi could no longer hear what Xiao Yan and company said after that. There was only a voice constantly echoing in her mind. It's an illusion, right? It must be an illusion, right? It must be an illusion. She stiffly twisted her neck, but realized that the people around her had an expression as though they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Everyone had a dazed expression. They could not help but squeeze out a few words from between their teeth. It must be an illusion.